Thank you.
Administration. Gashla Tantra, Pim Betway, Venus, Gashla. We chose a new game, Ulia Gashla. I can't reach one that Venus, Gashla. Or I can't talk to post and start to focus me off the head of Gashla. I can't talk to watch this to know who champion for Gashla. Or head to watching chair for Gashla. Yogi that we chose a new walk in Washington, Kupiya, or head to be that we asked.
Okay, we have a few that need to be excused for today, are going to be late. We have Jordan, Micah, and Cher that are requesting to be excused. We have Lisa White Pipe that's going to be late. Dwight will be late. Fremont will be late. Charles just pulled in, and Christopher just pulled in. So, is there anybody else that needs to be excused for today sometime? Okay. So Daryl at 12:30, Wayne at 1 o'clock, Martha at noon, at 1 o'clock. Okay, we might lose our quorum this afternoon, so go ahead, Kathy.
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. Okay, Ben, 3 o'clock. Need a motion to approve the excuses. Wayne, second by Martha, question by Bill. Do you have a sergeant at arms, or do we need one?
They were supposed to send someone from.
Supposed to send somebody from legislative affairs. Can we get one out of the general ops? Maybe Shane will come over. Yeah. Oh, yeah. All in favor? Opposed? Not voting? Motion carried. Okay, we have our agenda approval. And Red Coal, our Sichungu Coal. Then we have Marty's White Hat at 10 a.m. We have honoring today for Miss Walking Eagle. We have the community block grant resolution that we need to finish. We have the RST fair that we need to talk about. We have women's health care in Rapid City that we need to talk about, and a couple resolutions. So is there anything else that needs to be added to the agenda? Okay.
And the police department?
Police department?
Yes.
Chris?
Do you have a follow-up too?
I don't think we're prepared today. I think we're supposed to have all that come back. I don't know if the BIA got their stuff done, and I think they were going to do some surveying out to that unit. Did that ever happen?
I think that's all done.
It's all done?
Yeah, Paula's program did all the,
Are you guys prepared to do anything today, or
not today.
should we reschedule for the 29th?
Yeah, Ladder Natural didn't make a decision either.
Not
Because they
what
didn't have
the
the
bill
maps
said
done.
either? So we should just reschedule for the 29th?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Okay, we need a motion to approve the agenda. Wayne, second by Ben. Stan, question. All in favor? Will you do the count for us again, Treasurer? Do the count for us again?
Excuse me.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, first on our agenda at 10 a.m. is Marlise White Hat. Talking about Children's Mental Health Awareness Month. All the wonderful things she has going on. Yep.
Midaki Yuva Chante Washde na Pechi Zape. Release White Hat and Machiat. Wichohan Gluhawi Lakota and Machiat. Sinteglashka University, Tiwahego Kinipi, Wawash Echung Sto. My relatives, I greet you with a good heart, hearty handshake. My name is Marlise Whitehat. I work with Sinteglashka University, Tiwahego Kinipi, which means bringing the family back to life. It's a children's mental health center that we started 14 years ago, and one of the therapies that we use with our mental health center is equine therapy. We found that the horses provide a lot of healing for our youth, and so we wanted to present a 7-minute trailer about why we use the horses. Once you see this, you'll have a good understanding and maybe some good ideas about what else we can do. First, I want to introduce my staff, or have them introduce themselves. So,
My name is Cassandra Artichoker. I am the social marketing manager.
Good morning, my name is Carrie Bartlett, and I'm the technical assistant at the office.
Good morning, my name is Nancy LaPointe. I'm a wraparound care coordinator for SG.
Hello, my name is Asa Enya. I work with the TTKP as well as coordinating the CL program.
thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dave Salambra. I'm the SG Ranch Manager.
Okay, we'll start with the video then.
There were projected some great clouds of horses in all colors. They were all laying back to this horse, and it sounded like a Many horses said to me, "Behold, your horses come against." I looked around and saw millions of horses circling around a sky full of roses.
The signature for our grandpas and the horses. They're up top to set of travel. Trunk rock hunting on the Cooper. That's how the one the battle.
We use the horses as the therapists, and so every day we work with children, trying to help them maybe overcome their sadness or weaknesses, whatever it may be, and trying to heal.
And I got in trouble a lot when I was growing up. And if it wasn't for horses, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have survived my childhood. Because horses have helped me a lot. They were someone I could talk to and actually open up to. And because I knew they wouldn't make fun of me or laugh at me or what I'd gone through.
These masks will live 5 generations or something.
Officers go into the herd and they pick the finest ponies for themselves. And the rest that were there just started to slaughter them. Right in front of our people, they did this. When the shooting was going on, some of the horses escaped. And they came and they ran right to their owners, to their, not their owners, their relative. The one that rides them all the time. They come by them at full blast. They grab their mane and they slung up onto their back. A couple handfuls of Lakota warriors. These horses escaped that, and they went and grabbed them, and they took off, started coming south on a full gallop. They got so far away, the horses fell over and died. They did that, the horses did that, they sacrificed themselves to get some of our people out of that situation. They made it to safety. They were able to get away from that. So the horse, the horse is a very, very special relative to us. And we have to reconnect with them again. And we have to bring our horse back to our people.
Okay, that's a film by Keith Braveheart and Jim Cortez. Keith was the social marketer for Tiwaheku-Kinipi back in 2012, and he wanted to tell the story from the Lakota perspective. So he interviewed all these people. This is a short trailer. We actually have the full video here if anybody wants it. But I just wanted to give you an understanding of why we work with the horses. We're a children's mental health center, and we provide all the standard things, assessment, and then therapy, and then we ask the families to choose the therapies that they would like for their children. And when we first started, families said, no, you tell us what we need to do. Everybody tells us what we need to do. And we said, no, it's your decision. Here's what we offer. About 80% of the families choose equine therapy for their children. We also offer other things like traditional Western counseling, Lakota ceremonies, if that's how they want to heal their child, teachings, Lakota teachings, whatever will really help the child and the family. We've been in operation 14 years now, And we've been funded by SAMHSA, one of the federal agencies, for 14 years. And that's really rare. Usually, you know, grants are 2 years or 4 years, and then you're done. We had a 6-year grant, a 4-year grant. We're at the end of our 4-year grant again. We applied again in February, but we don't know if we're going to get it. We probably won't know till August, when the grant is about to end. But we wanted to present for you because this is Children's Mental Health Acceptance Month. They used to call it Awareness Month, but now they call it acceptance because you can't, you know, it's good to be aware of what's going on with our children, but we need to do something about it. So that's why we're here today. So we do about 7 equine therapy groups a week. In the summer, we take a break. Our horses really need a break. They take in trauma all through the school year. And as Dave was telling me the other day, our horses are aging too fast. And we know it's because of all the trauma that they're taking in. So at the end of the school year then, we usually feed them, smudge them, and then turn them loose. Some of the other things that we've done with the horses is taken them to the adult correction facility. Last summer, we took them 3 times. And we evaluate everything we do. So we had them fill out evaluations about how they felt about the horses being there. 100% were happy the horses were there. 100% wanted them back again. And then we asked them to write something if they wanted to. And one of them wrote, the horses gave me peace after a lifetime of war. Another one said, I felt indigenous today. Another one said, I didn't know horses could be healers. All comments like that, you know. We asked them to circle feelings they had. They were joyful, peaceful, relaxed. Nobody said they were scared, you know. So we were working with the adult correction facility. Dave and I went out there. They asked us to pick out a place where we could actually have some horses there full time and allow the inmates to spend time every day with the horses. And we were moving along pretty well, and then they stopped and they said, well, we're not going to do it. So we had 2 horses ready for them. But we'd love to see that happen at the adult correction facility. It's a lot for us to haul horses every place, and we just had to buy a new trailer. It's not new, it's used, but we just had to buy a trailer because we take horses to so many places, and we didn't want to put our horses at risk with the old trailer that we had. So we would love to be able to have horses at the adult correction facility, and that would really put Rosebud on the map, you know, providing healing for the people that are there. And some of the children that we see, they have parents that are in the adult correction facility. So it's really helpful if they're going through equine therapy and their parents are experiencing that, and then there's something where they can come together and communicate about it and work with. So the other thing that we started to do, we got some private funding about 2 years ago. One day someone sent me an email and said, we'd like to help your program. Please send us your budget and please send us this. And I thought, this sounds like a scam. And it was right after COVID, you know. And so I didn't respond. And then they called me a week later and said, did you see our email? And I said, yeah, I did, but I thought you were a scam. And they said, no, we're very legit. We want to help you. So I called Cheryl Crazy Bull because she's raised a lot of money for the American Indian College Fund, and I know she knows finances. And she said, go for it. She said, this is what philanthropists want to do now. They want to see change fast. So we put in a little grant with them, and it just took 5 days, and they gave us $80,000. So we were able to start a horse program at the He-Dog community, not He-Dog community, but the He-Dog school, and working with the Parmalee community, and then also at Horse Creek. For 10 years, Maida Bartlett in Horse Creek had a dream about having horses in the community. And she worked with us. We were working with her to establish that. And then sadly, she got sick. She got COVID, and she died. So we put it on hold, but the next spring, we went to the council and Fremont, or to the community. Fremont was there, and he supported us. So he helped us find a place in Horse Creek where we could put some horses, bring them to the community, and that's what we've been doing. So we have Asa Amy out here today. He's working with the program at the He-Dog school. Asa, do you want to come up and tell them what you're doing? And then we also have Carrie Bartlett, who Tavish couldn't be here today. Her husband's the coordinator, but he's in a welding class, and he couldn't be here, so she's going to present for Horse Creek.
Well, the article I handed out to you guys earlier, it's pretty much everything the program's about in there. And what Marlise just explained about the program in general, I couldn't have said it any better. I guess if you have any questions, I can elaborate further, but it's all there in the article.
Yeah, ASA works with 75 children at the He Dog School. The principal said they had to sign consent forms to be part of the horse program, and 75 returned the consent forms. So he goes there every other Monday. When the weather is good, he takes horses. And again, we evaluate that. The kids fill out an evaluation, and they're just happy to be with the horses. They want the horses to be there all the time. So we're really happy that he's doing this.
Kathy, do you have a question, comment?
I just was wondering, do you offer the same service to the other schools? Do you go to the other schools and let them know about the equine therapy?
We work with all the schools, but we can't take horses to all the schools. We don't have the funding to do that.
Yeah, I was just curious if you go to the schools and if they have children that are interested in it, if the schools work with you to bring them, if you have any kind of an agreement with them where they could bring them out to the ranch.
We work with children with all the schools. If a child is diagnosed with a serious emotional behavioral disorder, they can apply to our program, and then they would work with us. During the summer, we don't see those relatives as often because kids want a break from therapy, and they want a break for the summer, but we do horse camps. And so I brought a flyer about our horse camps. We do 2 girls' horse camps and 1 boys' horse camp. This is open to anyone. And if schools want us to bring horses, they just need to make that request. They just need to call Dave Valandra. We've had horses at the Todd County Elementary School for many years. We bring them there in the spring and the fall. First time we took them to the elementary school, my staff was there, and they did presentations for each group that came out that day. And then at lunchtime, they went to eat lunch, and all of a sudden, about 40 kids came running towards my car.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, you know. And they gave me cards and letters. They went back to their classrooms and wrote about it. And one of the little girls wrote, this morning when I came to school, I had something really bad in me, but when I saw the horses, it just went away. And so these are the reasons we continue, because the kids are getting a lot of healing from the horses. We know that these horses have healing gifts. And Sam Highcrane was the one that really helped us start this program. Sam lived with horses his whole life. When he came back from Vietnam, he had his horses, and that's who he talked to. His relatives that he grew up with, most of them died of cirrhosis after the Vietnam War because of PTSD. But Sam had his horses, and that's what really saved his life. So he came, he worked with us, and he showed us how to do a spirit connection with the horses and the children, and that's what we've been doing ever since. And of course, we hated to lose Sam, but he was so much help for us.
So is it your group that went over to the White River Healthcare Center?
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
that was really good to see, and I seen some of it on Facebook, and the elders looked really happy to be able to do that. I think that I just want to compliment your program. Nothing more healing than animals for anything that you're going through, and I think you're doing an outstanding job, all of you. And the last thing I wanted to suggest is with what you're doing with adult corrections, have you looked into any grants through JJDP for recidivism? Because it would be a good opportunity to get funding from OJP for recidivism, because I think that would help. Years before, the year before COVID, we did something similar at the animal clinic. We would have trustees come and work, and some of them didn't care for dogs or cats, but after they came to the clinic, it made a difference, because at the end of the clinic, we would do a talking session with them, and they were always eager to come back. And we also did some things with the schools, and we got the same thing. We got little thank you cards, and it was really, it's good to have that connection with the four-legged and the children, because it does help healing, and it does give them something to look forward to. So I just wanted to tell you thank you for what you're doing, and I hope your program continues to grow, and we as a tribe can support you more.
Thank you. Yeah, we have given the Adult Correction Facility grants whenever we receive them or see them about recidivism and what they could do, and so it's really up to them to submit those things. But we would like to do more work with them. You know, it would be great if we could just have 2 horses at that facility, and every day they could go out, talk to them, groom them, ride them, whatever, take care of them. So, Carrie, do you want to talk about Horse Creek?
Hello everyone, my name is Carrie Bartlett, and I'm here on behalf of my husband, Tavish Bartlett. And we currently reside in the Horse Creek community, and as Marlise has stated, my husband's grandmother, Mita Bartlett, was the one that had the dream to essentially have like an equine therapy program within the Horse Creek community, because that is where she's from, and she saw that community need. My husband can usually go into it a little bit more because I think she sat and talked to him about it. But what we do there is that during the summertime, last year I think we only got to go there twice a month, but this summer I do know they're going at least once a week. And we bring horses there, and anybody of all ages can ride. We've had parents get on, we've had kids get on, even all the way to like 3 years old. And they're really gentle horses, because all the horses that we bring to the community are our equine therapy horses. And then the community has really embraced the program. They offer lunch to everybody that comes to ride horses, just be around them. So it's a really good program, and we have a lot to offer. Another thing that the Mita Bartlett Memorial Horse Program has offered as well as Tiwahegu Kinipi, we recently did a ribbon skirt workshop at the Horse Creek community, and we had a really good turnout. We had about 30 girls come when we anticipated maybe only 10. And there was a part where we had to turn away some girls because we didn't have enough materials. But yeah, we try to do as much as we can within the community with the program. During these horse riding days, we've had 30 to 40 youth come out, including their parents. And we do surveys as well. And there has always been positive remarks with every single survey that we get back. There's a lot of kids that, why can't you come back tomorrow? And it's like, you know, our horses are needed elsewhere. You know, we wish we could do that, but at this moment we don't have the funding, and the horses do get tired because of the amount of kids that they see during these horse riding days in Horse Creek. But yeah, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
We were also invited to bring horses to the school for Prevention Day, to the White River School. That was our first in with the school, and it was wonderful. You know, the kids loved it. We set up a corral, and the children from Horse Creek were the first ones to get on the horses, and other ones were there wanting to get on the horses, talk to them, and we'll be doing that again at the next Prevention Day. We also have Justin Baker that works with us. He couldn't be here today. On Wednesdays, he goes to White River School, and in the afternoon, he teaches the children to sing, the elementary school. But I think he works with the 2nd to the 5th grade, and he's been doing that all semester. And then they asked him to organize a wachipi for the school, and he did. And it was the first one that they've ever had at the White River Elementary. There's a committee at the school that's promoting cultural activities, so they worked with Justin and they put on a wachipi a few weeks ago, and the gym was full, the White River School gym. It was full of community members. It was really good to see, and we had a couple of drum groups there. We had the one from Black Pipe, and we had the one from that Justin's been working with at the school there. So that was really a nice event, and the families there said, we need to do this more than once a year, at least a couple of times a year. So we're really happy to be able to work with that community. And that's what we find, Rachel Antoine and Wilma Janice from Horse Creek, they've really been good partners, really helping us. Rachel made sure everybody ate when we brought the horses, and we have children that cry at the end of the time saying, can't you just leave those horses here with us? And we can't do that because we need 24/7 security. We've had people come, Dave could tell you where they've come from, other communities. Some have come from Murdo, some have come from Wood, Butte Creek. And so we wish we could have a program in every community, but we'd need to really expand and bring in a lot of money to be able to do that, So what I have for you here is this paper kind of explains what we do, what the need was, why we got started, how we operate, and it's got a list of all of our partners here. We have a society of care that meets every third Thursday of the month, and we have about 10 to 12 partners that show up every time. Sometimes it's different partners. They come because they have something to share or something that they need, and so we work with a lot of different people. There's a lot of groups listed here. Every one of them doesn't come, but we work with them in some way. So we're really all about partnership. Let's see. The outcomes, on the back here we have some outcomes, and we've served over 500 children since 2012. When a child comes to us, we assign them a number, and we don't call them clients, we call them relatives. The child and the family are relatives. That's how we address them. And the people that taught us that actually came, they were our Oglala neighbors, Rick and Ethline Two Dogs, Iron Cloud Two Dogs. They came when we first started, and they said, don't call your family's clients, call them relatives, because you treat them differently when they're relatives. So that's what we started, and then all of the programs started doing that. That was really wonderful. So, like I said, we've seen over 500 children. We have some challenges, and that's also on the back of this. One of the challenges is to get Medicaid funding, you have to have a license, an LPC MH license as a therapist. It takes about 6 years to get that license, and it's really hard to find people with that license. We had a licensed therapist. She just left because she worked with us for 7 years, and she took in so much trauma, she had to leave to do something else for a while. But we've hired another therapist, and we're hoping we can continue with that, and we're hoping she can get licensed. She's licensed in another state, but South Dakota doesn't recognize that state, so she has to start over. South Dakota presents a lot of barriers. We have care coordinators like Nancy, and Justin Baker's a care coordinator. Jaylyn Marshall, she's a young woman that worked with us since she was 14 as a horse handler. Now she works with us full-time. She's also a care coordinator. South Dakota only funds care coordinators that work for a South Dakota mental health agency. And South Dakota hasn't created a new mental health agency in 25 years. And it's not that they don't have the funding. They don't have the funding to do it. It's not that they don't want to do it, but there's no money for it. So we're not eligible to get reimbursement for care coordination. That's really an issue for us. One of the other challenges here is that our grant is a matching grant. So the last year of every grant, it's a 1-to-1 match. Sometimes it's a 2-to-1 match. So if I get $900,000, then I have to provide $1,800,000 in match. And the university helps us with that. We get at least $300,000 a year in match from SGU, because they let us use the ranch. We have a building, they let us use their building. They help us in every way they can. So that's how we're able to meet that match. But we have to track everything. Like today, we'll ask you to sign up on a sign-up sheet, and then we'll turn that in as your participation in our program, and we'll take match dollars for that, just so we can meet our match. This year, our match is like almost $900,000. So there's a lot of other good things happening in the community, and I wanted to share that. First, I wanted to show you this yellow page here. You can share this with your community. we just updated this, it's got all the mental health resources for children and families on here. We also included the 2 horse programs on here because those really help with children's mental health, and we want people to recognize how much our horses do. I generally have 1 therapist in my office and 8 therapists on the ranch, and those 8 are horses. Dave's done a great job rebuilding our herd, keeping it moving. The ones we started with, we've lost 4 of those, the original horses. And so 2 years ago, he was able to find 4 more new horses. We brought those in. They're just about ready now to be therapy horses. And then this spring, we were able to, or was it last fall? Yeah. You want to mention that, Dave, what we're doing?
In October, we purchased 4 more young couple 2-year-olds. And my boys at the ranch, before that work under me, they're already starting to ride those 2-year-olds, which turned 2 in April. So we got them from the old point, nice little horses. And now we just matter of putting the miles on and general them down. So I figure in about 1.5 to 2 years, they'll be ready as their therapeutic horses.
So like I mentioned, we handed this out, the mental health resources. Make photocopies of this. Give it to your relatives in your community. If somebody comes to you and they need assistance with mental health, there's a program on here that's probably going to be able to help you. The other thing we gave you, it's a little gift. It's called a Lakota Mental Health Kit. And if you open it up, it's got an abalone shell and a ball of sage and a paper about how you use sage. Again, this came from our relatives from the West. Ethelene said the best thing you could do is give your relatives this. And she said also ask them to start addressing each other with relationship terms. And my husband used to say if men and women, mothers and fathers used relationship terms with their children, we wouldn't see any child abuse. We wouldn't see any, any issues with our children. So that's, if you're a Lakota speaker or you have Lakota speakers, remind them to use their relationship terms with their relatives. So this will tell you how to use the sage that's in this little kit. And some of our therapists have from time to time taken these to the schools. When an issue arises, they can ask, can we burn some sage in the principal's office? And they burn some sage. One time we had a little boy that stabbed his teacher with a pencil. And he was about 8 or 9 years old, and there were 4 policemen there. They were ready to haul him off to the jail. We didn't even have a JBC then. So the therapist brought this in, and she said, can I burn some sage? And they did, and they prayed. And the police said, come up with a plan for him. We're not going to take him. You come up with a plan for him. And that's what they did. So this is something that you could, if you have one of these already, give it to your relatives. Yeah, we'll get you one. Give it to another relative. Otherwise, it's a great little tool to have when things get stressful. A family can burn some sage, and it's free. It's a free resource. So we're not asking you for anything here. The sage is there. Have your families pick a little sage and burn some sage. So the other thing I wanted to present is this family recovery program. Some of us got together, St. Francis Mission, Sioux Child and Family. You don't have a copy of this. This is a flyer from April. We started a family recovery program. This family recovery program actually started many years ago. Jim Stans and Geraldine Provincial went to the Betty Ford Recovery Center. St. Francis Mission sent them and paid for it. And they got training, and they came back and started doing a family recovery program. And this was like 9-10 years ago. They would go to communities every 6 weeks, and they would use a church building to do this recovery program. It was 4 days. So we got together recently and said nobody's doing it anymore, and Geraldine had gone to school to get her master's degree, and so the program kind of stopped about 7 years ago. Then COVID came and everything stopped. And so we said, let's get it started again. So Jim and Geraldine came together with all these programs, the detox, the alcohol program, St. Francis Mission. Geraldine works for Sioux Child and Family, and they gave her the time to do this. So they put on the first family recovery program at St. Francis, and it was wonderful. There were about 10 of us there. I went through it as well, and the families that went through it said, now I don't feel alone. Now I understand what I'm dealing with here, and now I don't feel alone. The detox center said, every day we have families coming, can you help us? What can you do to help us? So we're hoping now that this program every 6 weeks will go around to a different community, to St. Thomas in Mission. They could do it there free. The church won't charge them for their buildings. Just go around to the different communities and present this family recovery program. It's a really good program. So that's a really good thing that's happening here. Another thing, yeah.
Could you speak to them about your guys' work at the Mission City Park?
Oh, sure. We have a Society of Care, and that's on this thing here. These are some of the members of the Society of Care. A couple of years ago, we were approached by South Dakota State University, and they said we could do our landscape architecture students could do a plan for your community for wellness and for walking, so more people would start walking. And so we invited them to come, and it was during COVID, but the instructor and some of the students came, and they videotaped every street in Mission and Antelope, and then they came up with a plan with 30 recommendations for improving the communities of Mission and Antelope. And one of the top recommendations was to open the swimming pool. And so we've been working on that. We're still waiting for the city to tell us what they're going to do. We've got probably $500,000 together for that now, but we need probably more like $3 million. And that's one of the things that they recommended. Another thing was to fix up the city park. So we wrote a grant for the city to AARP, and we were able to clean up the Kimmel Park and get some new, they didn't have any tables, no benches. There was nothing down there except a little pavilion. So we were able to put some items there. And the city put their playground in there that they'd been holding for 2 years. They put it out, and I went there that night, and there were a couple of families with kids on the playground, These are little things, little changes. You might have seen those signs in Mission, those speed signs that tell you to slow down. The city did that on their own when we started working with them, because grandfather and his grandchild were killed by the gas station. They were hit by a big truck. So those signs hopefully make people slow down a little. I know they make me slow down every time I get into Mission. I have to hit the brakes and remember that those signs are important. So we're working, they gave us 30 recommendations. Some of them weren't really realistic, but we're continuing to work on all of those things. You'll see a skate park in Mission right in town there, and that was one of the projects. We worked with Clay Shank, and we got an award from Walmart for $5,000, and we asked, the Society of Care asked all the partners, what do you want to do with this money? And Clay said, could we get that for a skate park? So we gave the money to Rosebud Concrete, and then every time he needed concrete for that little skate park, he would call them, or they would call him and say, we're bringing a load of concrete to some project, and do you need concrete? And then they would schedule it so he wouldn't have to pay the mileage to get the concrete. So it was real cost efficient to get concrete that way, and he was able to build that park. And we see kids on that every day. I go home from work and I see kids skating, and they're so happy because there's hardly anything here for kids to do. We're hoping that St. Francis will soon have a skate park. We'd love to see splash pads where kids could cool off in the water. Those are some of the things that are on our list. I just wish I could talk to some of the people, some of the women. There's a few women that are philanthropists now. They were married to Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos. Their wives are giving out millions and millions of dollars, and I wish we could bring that in here. Maybe you can help us with that, Mike. So, sorry, I don't mean to go on too long, but we do have this list of our camps, if anybody wants that. We passed out the lists about when the horses will be at Horse Creek and He Dog. And then there's one other thing I wanted to mention. In the new grant that we submitted to SAMHSA in February, and again, we don't know if we'll get it. We've been funded so many years, we don't know. But what we said we would do is work more with the Two-Spirit community, provide more advocacy for the Two-Spirit community. We've been seeing children that are Two-Spirit ever since we started, but we know more needs to be done. And so that's what we want to do. What we really want to do, we've already started. There's a core group that's been meeting and promoting more activities for the Two-Spirit community. They're doing a good job just meeting and working together. What we would like to do with that grant is have some major workshops for the community to help families understand what it is to have a Two-Spirit child or a Two-Spirit relative. Families are confused, frustrated. Sometimes they just don't know what to do. And we think we could provide them a lot of help and help them understand that the Two-Spirit was always a part of Lakota culture. So we've been gathering some stories about that so that families could see how that fits in with Lakota culture. Two-Spirit people often were called on to make things beautiful, to prepare ceremonies, to get everyone ready for those things. And so they were really gifted people. They are gifted people. And we want to see that recognized, and we want to see some support for them. So one of the things that as leaders you could do is start using pronouns with your name. When you write a letter or an email, put your pronouns next to your name. And there's a handout here that explains what pronouns are and what you could do. And it's like when I sign my name, I sign it Marlise Whitehat, parentheses, she/her. That's my pronouns. Other people use whatever pronouns they belong with. And so it's a way of advocating for children and for our Two-Spirit relatives. When they see that, they know you're an advocate. Yesterday I got an email from Cheryl Crazybull in Denver from the College Fund, and she said that the universities in South Dakota put something out now that they are not allowed to sign their names with anything. They can't put on there what their pronouns are. They can't put on their tribal identity when they sign their name. That's prohibited. And that comes from the Board of Regents in South Dakota, and that should be stopped. And so this is a sovereign nation here. We can sign our names however we want to sign our names. And again, that's being an advocate. It's telling us what your identity is and being an advocate for all different diverse identities. The last thing I wanted to say is the last 2 weeks, we were able to work with Wingate University in North Carolina. They came about almost a year ago to do physical therapy. It was their physical therapy department. And the young man that brought him was Jared Allen. His mom, Michelle, and Roger Allen live in Mission. Roger died a few years ago in a car wreck. But he was a carpenter, and he had tools in his shed still sitting there. So Jared brought these students and staff from Wingate University, and they came to our ranch and said, do you do therapy with children with disabilities, children in wheelchairs or other disabilities? And we said, no, we don't. We don't have the training, we don't have the equipment. And the students went back to North Carolina and they raised about $1,500, and they bought wood. They came here and bought wood so that they could build a platform at our ranch so children with wheelchairs and other children could get on the horses. It's a big, long ramp, and it's really nice. It took them a few days to build that, and then they were able to serve 7 children from the Todd County School District. They worked with us, their exceptional ed department, and then one of the adults, a 40-year-old adult in Mission, came, and he wasn't able to get on the horse, but he was next to the horse, had pictures taken, you know. So we're hoping with this new grant, when we get it, if we get it, we'll be able to provide more services for children with disabilities. We've never been able to do that before, and we never had the money to do these things, but this was free. And again, we have to raise a lot of match money, and so that was a good match for us to have all these people coming and helping us and providing the wood. So we have a lot of good connections, and we're hoping for more and more connections, especially with Melinda Gates and people like that. So do you have any questions?
Any questions for Elise? Dan, go ahead.
I just want to say I'm fully supportive.
participate at next community meeting that I know of. They have been scheduled for Mount Creek or to someplace. And there's one that was just around I used to be part of the Sioux and I've been run over I became an electrician. I used to work for courses a lot. But I think it's changed profession and became an electrician. I've done a lot of work at Sioux. Dave has a good name. Plus the shop needs to be wired up.
Good, that'd be great. Yeah, always happy to see Stan come and help us. So I have a few copies of the Horse Nation DVD if somebody wants one. It's a longer one. I'll give you these, and we have more in the office if anyone wants them. I think that's all I have. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you, Mike.
I just want to make a comment, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for your work. I know when I was the travel liaison for Todd County, you guys helped a lot of kids. There was literally, I won't say the number, but we were reaching darn near 100. So that's making a large impact. I hope you can all, keep the program going, keep up in good spirits. You have my support. And Brad was kind of bashful. He said, thank you for this gift, but he said he needs more help. And so he's wondering if you had a big abalone shovel. Thanks a lot. I saw that last part.
So I know I gave you a lot of things to read, I hope you will read them. But this one really talks about policy issues on the back. And just call us, Like you said, in the summer, we serve about 60 children that most of them aren't in our program, but we accept any child that wants to come to our camps and learn about horses. And we're always willing to expand and do more, so just let us know. We actually started the program at Horse Creek because I think it was Bob Rattling was a council person, and we did a presentation, and he said, how come you're not in my community? And so I said, okay, and I went back, and then when we got this money, we went to the community to a meeting, and he said, he was at the community meeting, and he said, I don't think it'll work, And I said, Bob, I'm here because you said, why aren't you in my community? And he said, I didn't mean to scare you. And I said, well, you did, and here we are, And then he worked with us, and Fremont really helped us with that, too. So thank you all, and hope you have a good meeting. I hope we took some of your stress away. If you want to take your stress away, come and see our horses, and talk with Dave, and we can work something out. Thank you.
Justin, we missed
It doesn't have
Thank you. Thank you. Chris, appreciate you guys for the time. Coming out to the ranch, releasing stress.
Also, we have honoring here at 11 o'clock. We're going to recognize one of our superintendents from, our superintendent from St. Francis Indian School. We also need a motion to put our Sergeant at Arms to work today. Shane's going to be the motion by Dara, second by Ray, question by Lisa. All in favor with compensation? Yeah. Opposed? Not voting? Motion carried. Okay, we're gonna have Miss Walking Eagle come in, and we're gonna talk about all the good things that she's been doing, so we can, she's out there, yeah. Are you guys ready to do your report? I know you would be. Come on up front, Danny. She brought her sister Star with her, so. Council, about last month or so, we got notice that we had a Rookie of the Year superintendent that was given an award, and that was Danny. I think it was by the state of South Dakota. She was recognized as Superintendent Rookie of the Year, so that means a lot to Rosebud here, you know, to our St. Francis Indian School. We don't get a lot of positives that are said about St. Francis, enough positives that are said about St. Francis, and we always hear all the stuff that's going on over there and all the things that we need to fix. But we all know that there's all kinds of positive things going over there, and one of them is the superintendent over there. She's doing good things over there. She's worked as assistant principal for many years as an elementary principal, and then when Mr. Badmilk went on to be the superintendent, she took over his job and spent it as a principal of elementary school for quite a few years. And then she left and she came back. She said this is her home, so she wanted to put in as a superintendent. They hired her, and I think she's really doing a very good job. She has a lot of changes going on over there. She developed a vocational program that's getting off the ground pretty good, and they're going to start working with SGU on as far as what they can do as far as getting them certified right out of high school. So there's a lot of good things going on over there. I'm sure you guys got a lot of good things to say about her too. But I want to recognize her today. Come on up here, Danny. I want to put you on right in front here. Danny has been also my friend for quite a few years. I worked over at St. Francis for a little bit, and she's been a good mentor towards me as far as becoming a principal. And so she's been at it for many years now. How many years have you been putting?
This is my 33rd year at St. Francis, but 35th year in education.
Oh, good. That's quite a few years. But I want to present you with a certificate today, Danny. It's for your service, dedication, and ongoing achievements at St. Francis Indian School. And we wanted to know that Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe really appreciate you. We appreciate all the service that you've done and all the good things that you got going over at St. Francis Indian School. So thank you for doing what you do. Thank you.
Would you stay there, just come around here?
Anybody else want to make comments? I know some of you guys got students over there, grandkids, or kids over there. So Kathy, do you want to say a few words?
I just want to congratulate you, Danny, on your award and for your continued diligence, your compassion, your optimism, and taking care of the school and our children. I went to St. Francis all my years. I unfortunately didn't graduate from there, but I did grow up in that school, and I'm really proud of what you've accomplished. And no matter how many barriers or challenges you've had, you've overcome them. And I know that in your heart it's for the kids, that they're always first and foremost. So I just wanted to thank you and again congratulate you.
I'd like to say thank you. I have a child that just finished 9th grade at St. Francis Indian School, and he absolutely loves it. He's thriving. He found his place in the society that we're living in, and I'm thankful that he's growing up there and with his peers. I'd like to thank you for your contribution to the future. It's probably a very tough job to look at the limited funding and try to work with it, but you do the best you can. And I do want to congratulate St. Francis Indian School. for finishing the good year. And I'm very proud of you, and I know that your parents are as well. You're a big family, and I just want to say congratulations. Thank you very much. We'll be like you, Jeff.
Michelle?
Hi, Danny. Congratulations. I just want to say thank you as well, because I too have a student over there, and I know it really gets tough, but I appreciate how you put the kids first before anything and everything. And I remember back when you was my volleyball coach, so I know you come a long ways, and we're really proud of you and happy to have you there doing all the good things you do for the school. And I hope that you continue to stand strong regardless of all the obstacles that you face. And I'm happy that you have your family to support you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Say a few words. I don't want to put you on the spot.
Well, I just really appreciate the recognition. You know, education is tough. We have to deal with a lot of social barriers with our students, but everything we do is with them in mind and their future. And the CTE itself, all of our teachers now are certified in their field that we're offering. So that gives the kids hope, that gives them skills to go right into the workforce if they need to. And that's what we're there for, is to give them skills to let them have a better future. So I really appreciate this honor. Thank you very much.
Okay, Red Star.
I just want to represent my family. My mom isn't here, she's doing dialysis, but we want to thank you guys for honoring her. She's a full-blood Lakota woman, and she's taken a challenge to help educate young minds. Our family thanks you for giving her this honor, and we are very proud of her. And our mother always pushed education on all of us, and all of us went in our different fields, or we went to college at different times, and she's finished. So she's homegrown and has brought that school forward in many, many ways. And, you know, the doors are always open to all of you to come and see the activities there, the summer programming, and to watch her develop the CTE. I mean, that gives hope to our young ones. And we had so many accomplished, and they also fed you guys here. So as a part of our Teosh by the Walking Eagles and Heritage Shirts, so thank you guys for honoring that.
And we're bringing the mill down.
Again, you know, I really think that the tribal council, we need to do this more often, recognize our unique people that are out there doing the work for our students and our families. It's good communication, and I can truly, honestly say that Danny and I are on the phone, we have a problem, we're on the phone with each other, we're trying to figure it out together. So that is happening, so I just wanted people to know that we got good communication right now. We try to work together as best as we can. So thank you, Danny, again. Thank you. Yep. Right.
I just want to lastly say thank you for developing the CTE program, because we had 2 of your students come over. We are partnering with you at the animal clinic.
We need more vets everywhere, and one of them will be coming and putting some time in the summer. And it would really be good for other schools to follow your lead, because other schools have children that are interested, because the world of animal care is not just being a vet tech. It helps in a lot of other ways, and I did attend one of the sessions that you had at St. Francis, and a lot of the kids knew nothing about our tribal animal clinic, and we're really excited to come and visit. So that in itself is a great accomplishment, to start getting our kids ready for college, and programs having that availability is a great opportunity for them, so that they'll know when they're ready for college, is this the field I want to go into? So thank you for that.
Okay. Come on.
Yeah, thank you. And then, as a veteran, us veterans used to be young and spry, we used to go all over, but anymore we're all getting old. So is there any chance in the future that you could introduce ROTC program in the school, for young adults? Maybe they want to take interest in military life?
Yeah, last week we had some recruiters down too. They all take the ASVAB test too, to go into the military, but yes, it just depends on if we can find someone to moderate it, and there you go, Fremont.
Raise your finger. Before we do that, I'd like to make a motion, to have budget and finance find the money to honor Danny with an honorarium from the tribe and the council. Someone can second that.
Motion by Kara, second, you want amount or?
$1,500.
Second by Kathy. Any question? Ray? All in favor?
Take it out of council donations.
Take it out of council donations.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16.
Opposed? Not voting? Motion carried.
Thank you very much.
Come on, you guys. Sit down. Let's take 10 minutes.
I'm going to have by the end of the week a couple of paragraph summary of fourth quarter. I will have for you by the next meeting, fourth quarter and first quarter financials. We're catching up. I won't kid you, I truly didn't understand the payroll taxes that weren't paid for well over a half a year, and there are a lot of other different things. It's nobody's fault, it's just by the way the system had broken down there, that we have to catch up before we truly fix it, and they're doing that right now, and that's why I've not only just met with them, I'm consistently talking with them. I'm not necessarily happy with it, but it's getting, I do see in 4 weeks, little improvement. It's tough to explain, but I do see it. We still, to a point, operate what I call a bit of a flag on when it comes to accounting there. I changed deposits to 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, so we have a better cash flow going to the bank. We are paying the tribe back, we're covering back pay. Every 2 weeks, we're giving something which we've been, which we've been in conversation with to catch up. We're doing the same with the Gaming Commission. I am actually, every other week, 1 week is covering tribal obligations, the other week is AP. I've slowed down our check writing. We're not behind on things. I just want them to see what they're doing, how to get a hold of it, and we step forward little by little on it. Again, it isn't that we don't have money. We have the money. But since I don't have anything in place, which little by little we're getting to, that I can see and forecast with, I take it much more literal and just take our time on what we're doing and not doing to avoid us from overstepping anything. But there is improvement, and I just want to let you know, the next meeting I will have stuff on paper to show you all. What the advertising, the accounting firm is going to give me, I should have by the end of the week, early next week, I will forward via email to everybody in this room, so you see it, and please feel free to come back with questions of any sort. But as being open, and I talk daily with the Gaming Commission, it's a process, and I know you've heard this, but we are literally, I see little by little progress coming on this, and we're going to get there. And trust me, I'll probably go much more great, but we will get there. So I just want to let you know that. On the audit exceptions, which I know has been discussed, that came out of the auditing firm, I got a list on it, we're going to work towards it. They will not all be solved by the end of this year, and NIGC doesn't necessarily tell us anything to me. They want to see positive progress, which there will be by the time we get into audit. Again, I've dealt with other operations that have dealt with this. It doesn't all have to be taken care of this year. They just want to see positive progress, that we're putting the right motions in place. And by the time we finish the summer, get into the fall, I'll put everything in front of you of everything we have solved. And there'll be suffice for it now, but we don't stop. We just keep moving on it to avoid anything else in the future. Again, we will talk about it more times than you guys ever want to hear me, but we will work towards on it and get it. I've read them off and know where we need to go, but I need to put the accounting department in the right place first. I'm holding off on hiring an accounting manager till we get this stuff in place, because the people need to know what they're doing, and if I put somebody in that all they're doing is digging that hole that's 10 feet in back of them before they can look in front of them, it doesn't do us any good at that point. So, again, we're not doing anything. We're just trying to put everything in place properly from a regulatory standpoint and from obviously, as a tribal entity standpoint, to be responsible. And so, I could cross that off. The other thing we're dealing with, and I think it's been discussed, but something I'm seeing, employee attendance. This is, in my history of 31 years, I've always occasionally seen attendance problems, but I'm seeing them more now than I've ever in my career seen them. We are literally, from April through the middle of May, have lost between 12 and 15% of our shifts to either call-offs or no-call, no-shows. That's a massive amount of shifts. It creates lots of overtime, and it puts a lot of strain on the system. We have to, from a regulatory standpoint, have to have certain people in certain positions. I have had to, and I'll tell you, 2 Sundays, shut the casino at midnight because our graveyard of all people have no-call, no-show. Now, we're dealing with those individuals, but we're also putting in place, we need to work on our staffing levels. And I'm here as an honest thing. I don't need a zillion people on Monday day when I know I need them on the weekend. When 70+% of our business comes Thursday night through the end of the day Sunday, that's where I need a majority of our staff. And that's, as I'm recognizing, something we will deal with, and again, I'm an open book, we'll talk about it all, but as I'm dealing with the department heads, I'm working on the staffing, we are an amazingly fat company, and excuse my verb there, we have a lot of employees. I'm not ever in such a way talking about cutting employees, but I'm telling you that we will let a certain amount of attrition go down to the people that don't want to show up to work. It's a business, and I am not insensitive to a lot of things, not in such ways, but it's a business, and it's a business that I have system-wide 185 people that rely on it. It's a business that we provide well over $1 million to the tribe a year that is needed for other situations too. And so that's how I have to view it, and again, if anyone disagrees with me, please tell me, but if people don't want to show up for work, I will find people that do. I will probably have to throw money at some of it, but if it works, and it saves me on the overtime when it comes right down to it. If it looks like I'm smiling, it's not. It's a frustrating thing. But we're dealing with it, and I got the people in place to deal with it. We're going to adjust certain schedules that work with the shuttles we offer, natural 8s, 8 to 4, 4 to midnight to 8, which is much better to the way we need to operate the operation things too. Again, and anyone that has any questions, feel free to ask me anytime, send me an email. But I'm just letting you know what I've recognized and what we're trying to do. On the slot side, we changed our jackpot, what I call lockouts, from 500 to 1,200, which is what we call a natural W2G. 98% of the casinos operate that way. When we lock the slots down at $500, it does two things. It means nobody's pressing that button until the time we pay them for 5 to 8 minutes. Again, everything is how often they press that button. That's what our revenue is about. Secondly, when they get paid, say, $600, $400 goes in their pocket and they play 100 more. If it stays on that meter, this is again in point of view, please, they press that money down. And I'm seeing the results already on that. The machines, we have taken care of employees that were worried about their tips. We've given increases to make up for that. So we haven't in any such way cut people out of the loop on this. I'm an open book. I've talked to every department that's involved in it. But from a business point, it's a pure business point, we want the revenue in the machines. These people, on average, tips have been taken care of on their wages, that they will see it. Now, the machines will eventually cycle, and they'll realize that they can actually make more money down the road, and they be told within 60 to 90 days they can come back and go the other way, where they're accepting tips, but we'll take that increase away if they want to do that. But I'm taking care of the employees to make sure that they, from these decisions, they don't lose out either. I don't want them feeling that we don't listen to them in any such way. So I want to let you know on that. We're going to change the point structure. Probably within the next 60 days, we're going to go down to $2 a point. It doesn't cost any more. It's just a readjustment. It's what I call a perceived value. The customers, we're a local casino with truly no area competition, so let's make them believe we do care about them and that they're getting something for their money. That's just a pure marketing customer service angle, which leads into customer service, which I know a lot of people in this room has talked to me about. We are getting on top of that. If you walk in the casino now, nobody's supposed to be sitting off to the side. Nobody's this, and we've taken chairs away. They have to be in the middle greeting people coming in. It's a perfect mode, but it's getting better. People need to know that we say hello to them. We walk around and say hello to them, things like that. That's a matter of feeling safe and a matter of knowing that we care about them. Sitting off to the side and not engaging our customers is not what I want from a property. Again, it's local. Out of it, the people in this room, your friends, things like that. There's no reason we can't say hello and good luck to everyone that walks in the door. No reason. So I just want to let you know that. Going down the list, I apologize. Revenues, which of course lead into payments. Revenues are kicking up a little bit, and they will continue getting better. And again, as we get our accounting straightened out, you will see it, but I want to let you know they are starting to creep up a little bit. We're going into a busier part of the year, but I'm really confident we're going to put some good promotions in place for the tribal anniversary, we're gonna give away a little over 30,000 in cash and gifts, but how we do it, it'll be a 4-week promotion, and we'll finish it out that week, and we have a lot of things planned. I know on the powwow, Marcus should have been here, but he thought the meeting was next week too, and I didn't see him when I found out it was this week. We have $35,000 budgeted for it, and we will summarize it off, and I will email it to everybody in this room again too, so you all know, and come back with any questions you might have. We got capital expenditures we need to do, that I'll be with the board of directors on, and then it'll make its way to you. And that's what I have for now. I will say that I've given thought, and I'm open to anyone's idea, and I've talked to Ken about it, about a relationship with Choice Hotels. It's not a bad relationship, they've got a great database, but it's an extremely costly relationship of debt that I don't know how to get on top of it. I'm not talking about throwing them out, and we're studying other options. We can become part of the Expedia travel group, which is like 3 or 4 different travel sites that actually has a wider database and things like that. I just want to know that I'm looking at all the stuff, and as we move on, before we make a decision, I'll have you members and everything else, but let you know what my mindset is. It's nothing against Choice, but again, between franchising fees and this, and how they want to price us on comps and everything else, it's a huge hole that I'm not sure how quickly or easily it will be to get out of. And I think sooner or later, when I make a decision, how to just put something at the bottom of that hole and little by little dig out, and not keep letting it get deeper. I won't do anything that I don't feel that would hinder our business there. Not in any such way. And the good thing about being with Choice now is through the reasons, we have a lot of updated stuff in the room. We need a few more things, but it's not like the rooms are falling apart, and that's something you have to be careful when you go independent, that you still put money aside for basically, keeping your rooms up to date. But that's just part of business, and go from there. And if we can increase our occupancy and how we do it, we'll be in a better position. But again, I want to let you know what I'm thinking, and I'm open to anyone's ideas. But the Expedia Travel Group, there's a lot of work to get into it. It's not like a test, but a lot of work we have to prepare to it. But I've done it with a property I had in northern Wisconsin, and they make up for 50% of their rooms now that come into the hotel. And you pay a small percentage, but it's a percentage that comes right off when they make the reservation. So it's not like they're sending me an invoice and I got to worry about a check. Everything I get out of it is our net, which is good for us in that direction. And as much as I'd love to sit there and talk to you guys for another hour, that's what I got on paper now.
Comment, Kathy, go ahead.
Please.
Good morning, Mrs. Boston, welcome.
Thank you.
With everything that you're talking about, you have to start somewhere, and change is always hard for people to adapt to. So with what you're telling us, it's very challenging. People have almost become complacent in some areas because you need that person there full time in order to bring us into a good place, improving on what you're providing to your customers. And I think that what you're telling us is it's promising. It gives hope that you're going to be able to get us back to where we should be with our business. That business, we're supposed to be helping each other, and it's got to have that starting point. It's like I said, it's challenging when you go into something and these are all new people. Everybody needs to get used to you to them.
Exactly.
Coming into a casino that was in the condition ours is in, I'm optimistic that things are going to get better for us. You talked about the point system. That's one of the areas some of our customers really complain about because, and I don't know how it is at other casinos, but one major complaint is that people spend a lot of money and then they earn their points. And before they can even get to that higher level, everything clears and starts over.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's generally done everywhere, but we've lost some customers to some of the other nearby casinos because one of the reasons is our point system. because like, even smaller casinos than ours, they're moving to them because they're getting more benefits there, especially when it comes to the point system. I've heard complaints of people that get way up there and then all of a sudden it's wiped out and they gotta start all over again. So, you mentioned it, so I just wanted to throw that out to you, that's one of the concerns of the people, is the point system that's out there.
Well, right now as they run, as we do it, they reevaluate every 6 months. I won't kid you, I've done it on my other properties 4 times a year, but we'll do every 6 months now, so they're edged into it and go from there. We will probably, by the end of the summer, I'll send out a postcard to people I call inactive, people that haven't really played much in the last 6 months, see what we do after that trip, push them in with a little gift and see what it is. After that point, I will, if you look at Harris, Caesars Entertainment, Penn National, MGM, they give you 90 days and they wipe your slate clean if you don't have any more movement. That makes no sense for an operation like ours. But, I'm going to put you under the table already. But, we'll give it 6 months, but the people who haven't been here, the goal would be, we'll give them a chance to come back in. If they don't do it, we call archive their points so I can take it off the books. It's a nice 5-figure liability sitting on our books. So I'm not talking about arbitrarily saying, you haven't been here in 6 months, goodbye. We will send postcards, probably 10, 15,000 of them out, saying, we haven't seen you, come on in, do this, this, and this. I'll give them some free play, I'll give them a little gift that costs me $6, $7, and we can see if we can push them in. But if they're never going to come back again, I want the liability off our books. I mean, again, we're dealing with probably close to $100,000 of point liability. It's a lot of liability sitting out there, I'd like wiped off. But as far as the customers coming out, I don't plan on doing anything. As far as re-rating, we'll give it every 6 months. I think it's a fair amount to do it. But if we get somebody, I kid you not, I've done this through my whole history, if you come in and says, I'm sorry, I was ill for 3 months and this and that, I could continue on. I could sign off and can continue on at that loyalty level they were at and go that direction. We're too small to not think that way with our customers. And I would get them all into the mindset of thinking in those directions too. But they won't be able to make that decision. I will, but that's why I sit in my chair, because I don't want them making that decision of what to do and things like that. I look at it from a very arbitrary point of view. I'll look at their history and go from there and go that direction, and that's fine. We're going to change the way we look at people. Instead of using coining, we'll use average daily theoretical play, which is 8%. But it's an easier read to me, and I know who's playing, who's not playing. So yes.
Do you have a question?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good morning. Thank you for your report. I had a couple of questions.
Sure.
That machine that was broke down where they can cash out their tickets, is there plans to have that fixed, or is it fixed and up and running?
I'm glad which one, I'm not kidding you, I'm not 100% sure. When I started, we were 46 machines down. We're down to 34. Little by little, we're working. We have certain machines that need software that we're talking to the gaming commission about. I have to know which specific machine. I'm not kidding you.
No, I'm talking about the machine that you can cash your ticket.
Oh, that, okay, that's the convenience.
Rather than standing in line at the
Yes, I just talked to them last week. They're going to, after Memorial Day, they're going to sign on. We're going to take the coin function out, which will bring it up there. I got to make sure we have all of our processes, so I gave you the gaming commission to sign off. My goal is by the middle of July to have it up.
Okay.
It's just going to take a little time. But yes, it'll be what we call paper only. So if you get $20.62, you'll get $20 in Alaska if you want the 62 cents, then they'll print you out a ticket for it, which you can go to the cage and get. But yes, I've got that and 2 in our basement, so I'm going to set one up to see, because I need to know actually how much I want to load the cassettes for and go from there. So we continue a good cash flow, but yes, we're going to get it because it's imperative from a business point of view.
And then, do you look at the gaming report that they give to us? Do you review their?
I haven't seen the one to give you, because again, I look at, on the SDS system, I look at a daily financial detail report, which tells me what the machines do, where we are, what we're holding, and things like that.
No, the report from the gaming commission, like their findings and things like that.
I've got the audit findings from the auditing firm that I believe, is that what we're discussing? Or do you have other? I haven't gotten it yet, I'm sorry.
Okay, just wondering what the plan is as far as the findings that he submits to us, that they find out there as far as.
It wasn't me, we put a plan in place to fix it, I just haven't seen them yet.
Okay, And then, are there plans to fix up the RV park so we can get RVs during the summer?
That was a comment made this week about landscaping and fixing everything up very quickly, yes.
Okay, thank you. Those are just the questions I have.
Wayne, do you have a comment?
Only had two of Michelle's. The one that I was asking, or would ask is on Saturday I was out there, and there was two individuals from Valentine, and they were betting real hard and real heavy. And here, they were losing, and they wanted more money so that they could continue to gamble. And I didn't know that check cashing is shut down at 10 a.m. or 10 p.m.
It is, and the reason that's changing, and to get into that, I want it open later, and I'm going to do it. We actually, through Pavilion Payments, which provides that kiosk that you're talking about, have a check cashing agreement with them. I'm going to get the Cage back involved, because a check cashing agreement means they guarantee checks. We can do it later, and it comes through their system. The biggest thing that I've been told is that people, what they do is they'll write a check, then they take it, put the information to Pavilion, they write their own checks, tear these people's checks up and move forward. They guarantee the checks. We can eventually do that and accept personal checks because they will be guaranteed. I'm getting all that information as we speak.
Yeah, because I was like, if it's a personal check, I mean, you scan that code on the bottom, and it's actually like a credit card.
And they put up their own check, and they sign off and go from there.
Yeah, it's not like
it's just
for days.
Yeah, I've always had check cashing, different financial companies to guarantee the checks. We now don't do that. We're lucky, but it's a dangerous thing to do. So yes, I'm going on that.
Any more? Bill, any more questions?
No, again, I expect to have a lot of paper for you guys by the next meeting, and you guys are going to throw something at me, but it's paper you guys need to have in the future.
Motion to approve. Motion to approve the Sioux report by Darrell. Any second? Wayne, question by Michelle. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed? 0. Not voting? 0. Motion carried.
And then feel free to reach out to me, email, whatever, if you have any questions you might have.
Sure. Thank you so much. Appreciate your work.
Keep back.
Yeah.
We're gonna lose far.
No, we'll be down.
We'll be about top 3, we'll be like top 3, yeah. If Lisa. Yeah, graduation. It's fine for fire. You guys gonna have an escort, wonderful.
Should we do the gaming report? John don't usually have a very long report, so. Break for lunch after these Okay, we have gaming next, and we'll take a lunch break. John, are you ready?
That's my cousin last time.
Mike, is yours very long today, or we could probably finish up before lunch? Okay. Oh, yeah, Michael Point. Sorry about that, I didn't realize there was 2 mics there. Okay, John, go ahead.
Okay, we got a new employee licensing agent. Is this the same bankroll, cage? We had some overpouring. We had a security escort a minor off the floor. a customer who medical attention, security shortages, power outages, various nights, and I already mentioned casino closing early. And also, I do speak with the general manager probably on a weekly basis, and he knows all these before I even give them to you. So we talk about it a lot. And same for Prairie Hills, minimum bankroll, cage, reconciliation, but they're all getting work done, so by next month, we should have something better to report. We approved his temp PMO license. Like I said, that we have a new agent. The Prairie Hills has extended their facility license for a couple months until they actually do the renewal for possibly staying open for another year. And that's really all I have.
Okay, is there any questions for gaming? Gaming office?
But yes, we do talk with the GM a lot, so he's aware of all the old stuff, and I even reprised him of the letter from the NIGC of the adverse opinions they got for the audits and all that, so he's reassured me he's working on them, so I'm not saying we're all good, but we're talking, so.
Man.
You had a question with the, I guess with your, like, let's say audits or something, to that effect, I think, with you guys are going out. So I had a concern, I was gonna have Mr. Foss's deal, I think, part two with the off-sale deal. Had some concerns, also, I think, factual information that the underage have been given alcohol out there, alcohol sales. So.
I'm not sure about the documents we had.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just saying, like, it is a violation, not only, legally.
Well, we don't cover that as well.
Criminal-wise and legally, regulation-wise.
Yeah,
Should be regulation part of it, so those are things that I need to make sure that, maybe we could call them just as much, but I would just say that, we need to make sure we're on top of those also, so I myself, have seen that, I mean, guess graduation's coming up and stuff, and that's off-sale type thing. So
We could, it was surveillance and have them.
That's another thing too that we need to make sure. So I just want to make sure, I was going to say that with Mr. Foster, but, we've been pretty overwhelmed with a lot of stuff that's going on, but, I mean, I know it's gaming, regulatory type stuff, I think that's something we need to kind of look at also. So those are my concerns, but I just want to address that, and, I guess if it continues on, I will definitely make sure we get that addressed. Sure. Thank you.
I mean, to jump in, with respect to the one underage person, it happened, I think, during our first week, but our security guard that was working, it was his first day, he only worked for 4 hours. It was caught, I don't condone it, when he was discussed, I wasn't, someone only working for 4 hours, but no, I don't condone any underage. I come from state section where we're fined $50,000, $60,000 for underage people on the floor, so I truly understand.
We'll actually get alcohol liquor sales over in
That's Prairie Hills.
Yeah, Prairie Hills, also.
The drive-through.
The drive-through part of it, so. Okay. We need to make sure of that, again, it's something that was brought up, and factual part is, their graduation going on, so those are things I want to make sure that we are addressing.
I will get on top of it.
Yeah, thank you. I don't want to overwhelm you too much about it, so I just want to make sure.
I agree.
All right, thank you.
Any questions for John?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Dara to approve, second by Lisa, question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Motion carried.
We're so busy, I don't even know where he went. I just know he's gonna be gone. So So you gotta fill in for me, we got, all right, I'll be there. I think he's got like 2 or 3 stops he has to do. All right, take them, thanks.
Okay, Mike, go ahead.
Johan Chantal, stand up, choose up. Larry Michael Lapointe Machapi, Chief Economic Development Officer, Sichanguko, passed out the report on behalf of Clay Clomer, CEO, who can't be here today. And it's a 3-page summary along with the financial statements, month to date for April and year to date through April of this year from the CFO. Just a verbal to tie into the report here. What Clay wanted me to convey to you is that over the past couple of months, we've been focusing on opportunities to get more funding and partners to invest in our projects, which really focus on the land and our people, while making sure we beef up our capacity in finance, HR, and technology operations. The finance department is working through the audit right now and the accounting backlog with the accounting firm. Recently, we hired a native-owned human resource company that is going to help support the growth and making sure that more Lakota values are instilled throughout the entire organization, which we call the ecosystem with all the subsidiaries we have now. So you're going to see a lot more growth in Sichanguko by investing more within HR and the systems within the businesses themselves. Pejico is hiring. They've started that, I believe, this past week, and is going to be opening soon. The learning and development team has 50% more paid interns than last year, and I believe there's 27 of them over there right now this summer that Jessica Larson takes care of and manages there. Rosebud Farm Company, you'll get 2 new pivots purchased this year, and the first house at Keowakpala will soon be open to one of our subsidiaries right now. What we call the 3 sisters, Redco, Sichanguko, and Sichangu CDC and Tataka funds are still actively working to coordinate operations and collaborate throughout the ecosystem. What that basically means is with all the financial and HR and basically oversight needs within all those subsidiaries, within those 3 sisters organizations there that are separate legal entities, that the financial aspect is all accounted for within one place, even though they're all separate, that everything is tied in together and accounted for in a way where we always know and up to date with those statements, but also with regards to each one's own policies and procedures that they're being followed with regard to HR. When you grow this fast and you have this much going on, and you have that much funding coming in for different projects, whether it's with the immersion school, the Bison, or any of the existing for-profits, it's a lot to manage, and you got to make sure that basically you're on top of all of it. And what Clay's doing, what Mindy's doing, they've come a long way to basically make sure that that everything's being beefed up properly to operate more efficiently, so that there's less hiccups over time. This doesn't guarantee that, but there's always going to be issues, as you know, still issues for the past operations that have to be resolved and put to rest. But they're doing a pretty good job of making sure that they go forward and account for all aspects of all the subsidiaries as a whole, and and the growth that's coming. There's the fundraising aspect is starting to really become more successful within this organization, within these 3 sisters. But you've got to have the people needed to be able to manage it all and to administer it all. You can have all the money you need, but it's not always, and we don't have all the money you need. I don't want to make you think that place is overfilling with funding. It's not. But in terms of getting projects started and people willing to invest, it's come a long way. So Within here, you'll see the economic development projects that are being focused on right now. The 10-year economic development plan is being pursued still. That was developed this past year. Many of you remember the Partners in Performance Group came out here focusing on wind energy, bison production, and the construction side. That would be about 2,700 jobs. And if we're able to get that going properly, it'll take our unemployment rate from 75% to 50%. That's going to be about a $350 million project just to get those turbines up and started. But it's about $2/3 of $1 billion in revenue coming through over 10 years, actually over 20 years. So the other thing is the SSBCI, the U.S. Treasury, the Small Business Development Fund. That's going to take some work in cooperation with the tribe, because one of the things that the Economic Development Committee that they have talked about this past, what they did last month was put a motion forth to have the tribe's law firm look at updating the UCC, and specifically the Titles 14, 15, and 16 to record liens, deeds, titles for like the 100 Homes Project. You want to be able to have somebody show ownership in that house once they pay it off, or and be able to show that the tribe has interest in a loan, for a home loan, that there are creditor and debtor rights for that, and that it's properly done, so that there's no misunderstandings about who owns what and who has rights when a loan is made. There are other consumer protection provisions within that code that was developed before COVID hit, but once COVID hit, everything kind of just stopped through budget and finance for that. But it's been done a while now. I know Redco helped get that going with Taffy Lafferty quite a few years ago. But now it's time, the need to have the ability to have a deed or a title to a piece of property that that the tribe or the 100 Homes Project or the SSBCI fund issues loans for small business owners is real critical now. So June 6th, the Treasury Department will be coming out for a site visit to look at some of the operations going on here, to look at where we're at. Oh, sure. Thank you.
Hey, Kathy.
The first question I had is, how recent was that 10-year plan completed?
See, but from my understanding, that council approved that last fall?
Last September?
It started in March, over a year ago, about 15 months ago.
And could we get another copy from you? I just don't remember seeing it. It might have been when we first started or maybe.
Okay, sure, yeah.
And then second of all is, on the wind energy stuff, is that something that you're collaborating with, like, on the Redco or TUC on that? Because I know we have a lot of movement going on the tribal side as well.
The short answer is yes. So I've emailed and reached out to the public utility side. I haven't heard back because we have to get clearance for a lot of different things. It's still in the financing pre-development stage, so there's not like any construction going on or any funding secured for that. We're still looking at meeting with Department of Energy officials to get some of the hurdles cleared. They wanted a 20% down, which is like $70 million, and we don't have that.
But so are you working with the tribe when they're doing those negotiations? And the reason I'm asked is I've sat on a few calls from the tribal side, and I don't remember talking about a 300, wind turbine. So I didn't know if that's something that's just now developing and just happened, or just making sure that we're working together and not, in two separate ways.
The short answer is it is in the pre-development stage, where we haven't been nowhere near a plan, other than what the Partners in Performance Group did with the tribe and coming to council. So that's as far as it's gone, and we went to some energy summits for the U.S. Treasury's suggestions this past spring, February, and in March. And that's where it's still at, is at the funding stage, just where will we get the money if we're going to move forward. So the intent is always going to be to partner with every entity within the tribe, and then going through, especially the Economic Development Committee, that's where we need to get those monthly updates, so the tribe isn't left in the dark and moving forward. Where we're seeing where we have to communicate real effectively is in the broadband project side of things. We're doing the same thing. We're working on a business plan. The tribe's got the $48 million to actually do the construction, so it takes real close communication on both entities' side for what they're doing to make sure that no one's left in the dark on anything. We have another call, I think, tomorrow morning at 9 with the I-9 firm that the tribe picked for the the broadband, but in terms of wind energy, we're still at preliminary. And
I just wanted to make sure, because I know there's lots of moving parts over here
Yes.
on the tribal side, so I want to ensure that communication. And then lastly, can you give an update on the status of Turtle Creek? I've been getting lots of questions on, having to try provide better services from the grocery side and what we're doing with that, but also there's, been gas station talks, lack of services and mission over the summer, and so I'm just wondering what the status is there. Are we having any plans on expansion or improving services there?
so the last thing I had heard in talking with Clay about this at our internal staff meeting a few weeks ago was that they were in court. They were literally in court, in tribal court, with the management firm that was hired to manage it. So he couldn't disclose anything to us because we get questions too. What's that? It's still in litigation, so no one...
In terms of litigation, are there any plans for improving our services out there?
I asked if we could do that, and it's at a standstill until that contract's resolved, that dispute. So moving forward with cross-marketing between fuel, between the casino, right up to bringing in another grocery chain to help manage, all of it's on hold, I was told, until this case is resolved.
So having travel plaza or gas station or other improvements, the whole thing is on hold because of this grocery piece?
I'm not privy to all that.
So that's my point is are we planning any further services for that area?
The short answer is yes. So that Kilowatt has an overall development with its retail side, the commercial side is really going to be dependent on that UCC. One of the things, there's a lot of people who want to invest in projects out there to help finance, but they can't secure their loan. They're investing on trust land. They can't on fee simple, and so it's really easy to go to the courthouse and get a deed to property and even file a lien on it. But just on at Turtle Creek, to be able to get, let's say an investor wants to come out and get a gas station out there, and we wanted to put a McDonald's, Olive Garden, we want to look at Walmart, all these different things, and have our menu of our own cultural foods included on that, and make sure that the building specs meet our standards. Well, this is an example, because the demand is so great. There's so much money here, over $300 million in personal income, $500 million leaves here every year, and we have nowhere to spend our money. It should stay there, and we could create nearly 700 jobs just out there, but the short answer is until we can get that Title 14, 15, and 16 amended on the UCC, no one's going to give us a dime without a waiver of sovereign immunity. Think about what happens here. Every time somebody wants to do a project here, what do they come here to ask for you? Especially if the tribe has money. Even if you have a grant for it, they want a waiver if they're not going to be paid 100% up front. Their lawyers tell the people with money, hey, don't put anything out there at Turtle Creek or anywhere on trust land unless you can secure your interest in the loan until it's paid off. We're running into that constantly. And the only two tribes in this state that have done a good job of getting past that hurdle on trust land is Eagle Butte and Pine Ridge. So Treasury is aware of this, just like with the SSBCI fund we have. But we can't do anything out there to the extent where we take private dollars and bank money and lenders or even foundation money who are willing to give us loans without them saying, how are you going to pay us back?
Private dollars, and I was just asking for yes or no, so it sounds like no.
Well, yeah, but the point, Representative, is it ties back to exactly what you're saying. A lot of what we want to do out there cannot be realized unless the people who are willing to invest in these projects.
Do we have a plan?
The planning is there for capturing about $250 million in money that leaves. But we have businesses that'll say, well, we'll go out there if you pay us up front. But if we're going to go out there and loan you money, well, we want a waiver of sovereign immunity. We can't do that at Redco. That has to come here.
Redco was the business
Yeah.
developers, so that we would be able to make our own hurdles disappear. But thank you so much.
Sure,
Sorry to
sure.
take on the time.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah.
Welcome. Emily asked a couple of questions I was going to ask already, but one of the other questions I wanted to ask was, with the wind turbines, is there an area that's already been identified, or is that in the planning?
So that's in the planning. They're telling us they need to do some technical studies on where the wind's greatest. We have maps, and they'll put a tower up about 80 meters, and they measure the wind. What they're telling us, just from the initial maps done by different federal agencies, that this is some of the prime wind conditions in America, in North America, in the U.S. To give some context for that, how good the wind is here, when you think of Cherry County, Nebraska, what do we think of? We think of cattle country, ranchers. It's not farmland, it's ag, it's ranching out there. In 2017, wind energy took over that entire industry with about $338 million in sales and revenue that was sold down to the Omaha through Nebraska Public Power. Over $333 million in revenue took out, with only 25 full-time jobs in that industry, but it beat out ranching, which had 317 million, and about 800 direct jobs, and then all the support jobs, close to over like 1,500 for the feed and the banking, the insurance products. Wind energy is huge out here, and the wind isn't even that good in Cherry County compared to us. So we haven't even need these studies done, and they're not cheap. And then there's the underwriting, and so the PIP group highlights that in that report that you'll need to see. I'll have to get that email to your council emails, so you can re-see it for those of you that weren't here last fall, to see that plan. But it does talk about the immense opportunity with wind. Does that mean someday we're gonna get a grid where we can get electricity cheap? I hope so, but not right now. We still have to clear these hurdles.
Yeah, okay, part of the reason, I've been down this road before on council before with wind turbines coming to our reservation. Some of the other things that I'm hoping that you're keeping in mind is to include the TIPO office and to think about airborne, meaning our birds of prey, because that in itself is a part of where a wind turbine can go up. Because if you're going through a path where they're migrating, you are going to affect some of our migrating birds. So I just want to say that really short and quick. The other thing that I've taken notes on is, you said Emily asked some of my questions. With this SSBCI, I am curious on the target population, and with the homes project, the focus point. Who is the focus point of these homes? Because one of the things that I see is that what I'm hearing about all this home development, the target population isn't when you're just listening and reading things about homes coming here. The people out there get really excited because our homeless is so high. However, to me, it's not that target population that everyone is focusing on. When you talk about getting these loans and getting new homes and going in this direction, my curiosity goes, and where's that target population? Who are you focusing on? Are you really focusing on the people that are homeless? Because if you're talking about people that need homes, these are low income, no income. And then as you were talking, you're getting really excited about money that we have here that we can put, that's available. But for one, our unemployment rate is high. You talk about jobs. Our poverty level, where we stand on the Rosebud Sioux Reservation on our poverty level. I don't mean to be a negative Nancy about it, but a lot of things that you're saying, they sound really good, but I like to be a realist. And the people that are hurting, the people that don't have jobs, that don't have homes, I don't see us looking at them. I see us with blinders on, and we're more looking toward people that can afford these planning projects. I'm gonna cut it short because we do have a meal waiting, and there's probably other questions here, but I would like to ask that projects that are going on with Sioux, Resco, that some of that stuff comes to council. Yes, we have the Economic Development Committee for you to go to, report to, but some of these projects that are really big, that affect our people on our reservation, I would like to see you come here and discuss it among us, because if it's only going to a committee and not actually coming to us, you're just going to have to be repetitive and repeat everything that you go to the Economic Development Committee for. They have a responsibility, but however, that information is supposed to come to this body, and this body needs to be able to involve the people. The Oyate always get forgotten, and some of the decisions made don't make it out to our community. The people that elect us to sit here, you go back to a community meeting and they're pretty unhappy when they read about something or they hear something and they weren't involved, because everything we do involves our people, our tribe. So reading all of this, you know, I sit here and I'm looking and reading it and I'm thinking, you know, how much of this do the people out here on the reservation know about all this? So it sounds really exciting, and I know you're good at your job, so you're really a good salesman, Michael. And nothing against that, but this is stuff that the listeners and the people that don't come and sit in here need to know about. Because if they ask us, how come they didn't bring it to our reservation? To our community. Like, I had an elder call me the other day, really upset. She said, "Since when are we in the business of being a pharmacy? I heard that they're selling marijuana up there. We have an old resolution that's never been changed, and there is a resolution for no alcohol or drugs on our reservation." She brought that up. She's an elder. She's in her 80s. And she asked me these questions. She said, "How come that didn't come out to the people? How come the communities didn't hear about this?" I said, "I wasn't here when all this stuff came up, so I can't answer you. I don't know if it went out to the communities." But for that reason, just for that elder to be asking me these questions, feeling disrespected, when we're trying to do something really big, it needs to come here to this body to be discussed, because in the past, any big project that was going to be beneficial for our tribe came to this body, and we talked about it so that we could ask our questions and we could relay the information back to our community members. So I'll stop there because I can smell that food behind me. But thank you.
At arms here, so let's be mindful of our 3 minutes. Try to keep it down there a little bit.
No, it's
Dwight, what?
2:59.
Okay. Yeah, Robert?
Now, I ain't got no questions for you, Mike, but I got advice for the council. Don't ever give up sovereign immunity on account of money. I don't care how much money it is. Our forefathers fought for this land. No amount of money gives anybody a right to waive our sovereign immunity. Our forefathers fought hard for that. They fought hard for that. And Kathy was saying that, or I said, honorable lady from Soda Creek, she said that this information doesn't go back to the people. That's you guys' fault, every one of you guys. Yesterday, I came to a committee meeting, there was no economic development committee. I think you guys are too busy campaigning or whatever. But there was no development meeting yesterday. So how's the people going to know if you guys aren't doing your duty? We got a windmill out there. You guys talking about the wind. We got a windmill sitting out there, sitting idle. If you guys got money to spend, why don't you fix that up? We're just trying to develop more stuff that's going to fail later. Look at that cafeteria at Turtle Creek. That's been idle for a long time. We got a bunch of empty buildings sitting out there. Don't leave us behind. All of you guys are trying to make progress and run away from the ordinary, everyday people. The elderly, people sitting on the street. You guys are trying to run away from us with all your progress that you guys are talking about. Bring us along with you guys. These new houses you're talking about, the well-to-dos are going to get that. The homeless are still going to be homeless. So everything sounds nice, but you got to be realistic, gentlemen, ladies. Don't forget about our elders. Don't forget about our children.
Just some final comments there. Yeah, Redco hasn't anything to do with the 100 Home Project. That's the tribe's thing, so we don't have anything to do with that. I only mention it because as far as titles go and recognition of ownership of it when it's paid off, the SSBCI fund is in the same boat as that 100-home project. So, but a lot of those points that Kathy brought up and that were brought up are valid points. And so reporting to it, I think it speaks well to the need for getting public license through organizations just to keep people updated on what goes on. Yeah, we do come to the Economic Development Committee. Yeah, I came yesterday. Yeah, there wasn't one. I think somebody from Senator Rounds' office was here. But be that as it is, that's what the report that we have handed out to starts to touch up on and keep that line of communication open. And just some of the points that Bob brought up real quick, like with the turbine, that 10-year plan talks about that turbine out there and why that failed. In a nutshell, they don't make the parts anymore. And the tribe got left holding, the joint venture partner left us behind, when I guess is what the report said, that when they took all the economic value and left behind a turbine he couldn't even get maintenance for. And so that was a bad example of how to get into wind energy. That's listed in that report. And so Pine Ridge is kind of going through the same thing. You don't want joint venture partners. You want to own some 100%. Does that mean you go out and do it without talking to people locally? Heck no, this is our home. Everybody's going to know. Even right down to the Eagles, the TIPO process, the section, all those different federal laws that come into play within the National Historic Preservation Act, they all apply. So it's not an overnight thing. I'm only talking quickly because there's not enough time to go through this stuff. We'll keep you all afternoon if we went into the details. So, and we can't do that. So, but the bottom line is this: yes, it has to be a discussion because we're all impacted. But because of poverty, just like Kathy's saying, it's really tough. And a lot of them studies that you go into, the marketing studies that have been done, show that because of the 11,500 people that are unemployed adults, how are you going to help them? You have to subsidize the heck out of a $235,000 house just to get it to somebody. A 3-bedroom, 2-bath, that's what they're costing these days. That's outrageous. How do you get through that? So, we attempt to go through and solve those issues and then bring things to the committee. And when we can, we go to the public and put that stuff out on the website. And so those doors will always be open for Clay and for the entire organization to convey information as needed. There's nothing to hide. Not trying to run anything through, not trying to sell anything. Just trying to get our people out of poverty. That's the main thing. So that's my report for now. Thank you.
Motion approved. Everybody's hungry. Charles, second. Question by Lisa. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed? Not voting? Motion carried.
Keep up the good work.
Scott, that fire was a false alarm in somebody's barbecue.
False alarm? There we go. False alarm. Michelle is about ready to take off for home. Hey, you guys are doing a good job out there. Yeah. Okay, can we, Fremont, can you do a meal prayer? We'll take a lunch break. we have the ICDBG resolution grant that needs to be looked at and approved. We have 8 copies right now. We have Ken Ledoux over here to talk a little bit about the options as far as the ICDBG grant. I think we had talked about it at either it was in Budget and Finance or Economic Development when Sarah Kilsenwater was down here, and so we'll get that out and we'll talk about passing a resolution to approve.
We don't right here. There's your cup.
Yeah, the other ones are coming, so they're pretty thick. Were you going to kind of give us a history, Ken, of these grants and what it takes to apply for one of them?
Normally, this comes up each year on the ICDBG funding. It comes out as a maximum of $2 million this year, even though there's some errors on the resolution of $5 million. But the amount available this year is $2 million. And it usually starts off with a public hearing and, different projects are brought forth into that area. One important aspect of this is something that council will make a decision in terms of which project that needs to be funded. I know that there's been discussion about the project has to be shovel ready. I think that was a discussion that they had last year. Last year, the application was submitted and didn't get a review, even though it was a good application, because it has to score a certain number of points in order to make it into the competitive area. And we were 1 point short because the tribe didn't have its audit in place. So that affected the review process. If we had the audit and received points in that area, which can go up to a maximum of 4 points, we would have been in a competitive range and face a good possibility of it being funded. So everything seems to be in order. The decision that you have to make is a review of these projects, and when you select the project, then we in turn will begin to develop all the paperwork for the proposal of getting the project funded.
So for the council people that don't have the resolution in front of them, there's a few options that were discussed as far as St. Francis community wanted to do a project. I don't know how to say that one. Animal Resource Center had a plan. RST Child Care Facility had another complete construction project plan. North Elementary Capital Campaign, the Boys, Girls, and Clubs put in a proposal. I think there was another few other options. Tribal Youth Resource Center, Solid Waste Project. Everybody knows that our solid waste, our landfill is outlived its life now, so we're trying to develop another cell and be able to buy more equipment to take care of all the solid waste problems that we have. Got Kathy and then Lisa.
Thank you, Scott. Ken, I just had a quick question. The public comments and public review was actually due March 11th, 2024?
Yes.
So...
It got delayed from that period of time too.
It did? What did it get delayed to?
Just on the scheduling and when the NOFA came out and stuff, so that, it's all within the timeline. I think the July is the due date for the proposal.
Yeah, because I worked on the one for the Wowoke Animal Resource Center.
Yes.
And when I was reading the NOFA, I caught that it says all public comments are due March 11th. HUD strongly encourages tribes to provide HUD with feedback through the public comments process. So I was kind of concerned about whether or not our public comments...
We're in the time frame right now.
Okay.
They did some amendments and revisions on updating the dates.
Okay. Thank you.
think during one of the economic development committee meetings, they were talking about the cleanup, do a proposal for this ICDBG grant and some type of cleanup proposal for the communities, and I don't see that in here, but maybe it's under that solid waste proposal. Lisa?
I was gonna bring up to have us consider those programs that are in dire need. I know as you brought up the solid waste, and I think that what Sean had said, maybe if we do after community cleanup, that'll probably take us into August and it'll be completely full. And so we did do that little bit of an expansion southeast of there, but I don't know if it was that much to, how much that can hold after a community cleanup. And then the childcare, just in talks with that, it's gonna take about another $6 million to complete building 1. So that is kind of where we are looking for the funds for that right now, just to get that and completed. That's for our children up there too, so just to kind of give some information on those 2 programs that are coming up. So I don't know if it's $2 million or if we can split it and give $1 million to, you know.
You say when you look to one's project specific.
There's, in the past, they've allowed 2 different ones to submit. And then, you know, the other thing that adds some points of consideration is there's a match that the tribe provides if they allow to do so. 2 of the programs in there have indicated that they have some match funds to contribute. That is Boys and Girls Club, who has been on a campaign development fundraising activity, and the child care. Those 2 facilities. The rest, you know, it hasn't all come together yet as far as what may need to be put in. In the past, we've always tried to get whatever resources that might be available from the tribal programs to participate in that in order to try to come up with meeting a match. We do have a gravel, usually gravel and some other resources that the tribe has. If those are contributed into there, usually those will supply some of the match so that we can try to maximize the number of points that we get.
Emily, then Kathy.
Has your department or any of the tribe's departments, I guess, looked into like cross-referencing if these are eligible for any other funding opportunities? I'm just wondering, like, if there's a way, like, I don't know, for example, solid waste or the child, or the, you know, if there's maybe funding sources, other ways that we could then, if it's not successful in this one, that we could go after or use the same proposal in other places?
That is a consideration that I very seriously considered, that these are all good projects that all have to have funding. And you need to, you know, it's something that you have all got some input into the process. So in any of those areas, they're all areas that may need to be developed. So and explore what other alternate funding.
So is that something that your department can then do, say for the ones that aren't successful with this round, we can?
I've already started it with some of the areas, because one of the tools that we have is with the Foundation Center, and that, it's not the Foundation Center anymore, it's called Candid, but it's a subscription entity that you know, we subscribe to that identifies other types of funding. So usually that's what I'm in the process of doing, that search for those different topic areas to see what funding, and it covers not only governmental funding, but also foundation funding, corporate foundation funding. So it's exploring all of those different areas to see. I had an initial setback when I started back in. I found out that Candid no longer takes checks. So, and my subscription for SRD expired about 2 months ago. So, since the tribe doesn't have a credit card, I use my own credit card to resubscribe to that, and the tribe will reimburse me for that. It's about a $1,400 subscription. So, but it is a resource that we have. So each of the different areas and any other areas that programs have, you know, I tend to do a funding search on each of those to see what other funding is available.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that these proposals can still get help somehow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because they're all of the programs did go, take the effort in order to make presentations, so they are viable programs, and they all provide needed services, so I think that that's something that should be addressed, and that's what I intend to do, whatever is not successful.
Kathy, go ahead.
Thank you. One of the things that it would be good if your program does this is, I'm familiar with grant writing because I was a director of the program in my past, and I was very successful grant writer for this tribe. That's all we did was write the grants for the tribe, not any other duties. And so I just want to share with the council, just so that they know, the three categories that the ICDBG is qualified for is, the first one is housing, which is housing rehabilitation, land acquisition to support new housing construction, and under limited circumstances, new housing construction. Community facilities, infrastructure construction, roads, water and sewer facilities, and single or multi-purpose community buildings. The third is economic development, a wide variety of commercial, industrial, agricultural projects which may be recipient-owned and operated, or which may be owned and or operated by a third party. And so when we're looking at these, we have to keep those in mind. And with what Ken's saying about the match can also be in-kind service. It doesn't necessarily have to all be cash, because I read through the entire NOPA when I was preparing to submit this. And for years now, I've been asking, prior to coming on council, the major complaint on our reservation about the four-legged is the strays. In order to pick up strays, we have to have a homeless shelter, an animal shelter. It's called, in this proposal, Wawakia Animal Resource Center. Animal Resource Center is not only a shelter, but it also rehomes, it'll be for boarding, and it'll have other accessibility. So I put this in because before I came here, I wrote a grant for a feasibility study. That's part of being shovel ready. So I did a grant for a feasibility study, and probably 2 months ago, the group from Colorado did come and do the feasibility study in order to have the groundwork for an animal resource center. So before everybody complains about the dogs, I try to get people to understand what we have there is a clinic that our vet, who sadly was killed tragically in a car accident, did a grant to bring a clinic to our reservation. A lot of people benefit from it. We provide a lot of service. We do low-level care. We do vaccination. We bring spay and neuter clinics here. We do pet food. We do supplies. We do a lot for the animals to help them be healthier, especially giving them rabies vaccines. That's a clinic. We need a shelter. In order to pick up animals, we have to have a place to keep them. It's not as simplistic as everyone thinks. You can't just pick them up and put them somewhere. They have to be in a facility that's a cross between a hospital and a jail. There's specific guidelines for an animal shelter. And so I just wanted to educate you all on what it takes. If we want the animals to be picked up, we have to hire and train animal control officers to do this so that they can be certified to write citations. There's a lot to it, and some other time I'll go into deep detail with it. A lot of people think all you can do is go out and pick up a dog and take it somewhere. It's not that simple. There's a lot more to animal control. Spaying and neutering is your first step in animal control. But I just wanted to mention that because I got this in and I did all my research, and last year or the year before, you guys brought it to me at the last minute, and I couldn't submit it because I didn't have the schematic design. So I wrote a grant and I got the schematic design before I came here. And so when I heard all these other ones came in, we all have need. The safety and health across the board is both for human and animal. Health and safety covers both areas. But when I seen the other proposals, a dark cloud came over and I said, oh, well,
that was an opportunity, and more than likely, it won't be considered, because we have all these other needs as well, and some people always don't have that same compassion for animals as I do. But I just wanted to mention some of this while I'm here.
Lisa, go ahead.
I just want to say with all due respect, Kathy, I appreciate your compassion for the animals. And you did state that you had involvement in this proposal and submitting it, but I think if sitting here as a council rep and advocating for this proposal on behalf of your clinic, I think that we should give the fairness to the other programs that have turned in a proposal and let them come before your council and advocate for their programs too.
It would be good if it happened in the past.
Is that how we want to approach this then, or do we, basically the resolution is saying that we have all these options, and do we have to pick one today? Is that what we're supposed to do?
No.
Okay,
You have some time in order to.
so we can pass the resolution though, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's just saying that we have
We'll do all of the
six.
preparation work of getting it done, but you will have to make the decision, and I guess if we can, our next, you have a council meeting scheduled for next week.
Yep.
I can probably bring all those people in and they can make a presentation.
Does it have to be just one?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so,
just
so
one.
we could do it on the 29th, or is it on a Thursday?
Does this need to be amended to say two?
Yes.
Is that right?
There is some corrections that need to be made on the resolution.
Is it 30th? Okay, the 30th.
Could I ask a question? The solid waste says 5 million, is that just a typo?
That's in there.
Okay.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Thank you. I just want to say that when the time comes, I won't be voting on this because I was involved in it, like Lisa said. And in the past, we always had people come because they need to explain. Everyone has a right to talk about their proposals, and I don't know why it's not done that way anymore. It's good for people that have a desire to say, this is what I want and this is why I want it, firsthand from them, and not just reading off of a paper that's before us, because if we have questions, Ken can't answer all those questions because
I have no idea.
yeah, because he has no idea. So it's good that when we do some things, that programs are actually here to talk about the importance of what they're submitting to us.
Okay, so I'll have all the people here on the 30th to talk about their proposals, okay, and then we'll make a decision. Correction for this, okay, so I'm gonna have the Sarge go ahead and pick these back up. Okay. Is that it for Ken?
Yeah.
And then we'll just deal with it on the 30th, okay? Okay.
Is he gonna contact us?
Yep.
If they have to be updated anyway, can I anonymize like the video?
Sure, yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Thank you.
Side question, did we make a motion for him to be the services there?
Yeah, he's also my bodyguard. Okay, next on agenda, we have
Thank you, relative.
a discussion about the RST Fair. We want to probably bring Brenda in here. She is getting that too close to the fair, and last year, we talked about advertising for a fair board manager, and then we got into the discussion of the fair board manager being a seasonal or a full-time position, and we never got back to it. So last year, we went through basically the fair board consists of the officers and budget and finance chair. So they're the ones that are making all the decisions. We have some budgets that we needed to be approved today as far as the RST Fair. And we have some committees that need to be, committee members that need to be selected as far as the committees. So it's up to you guys if you guys still want to hire a fair board manager, or if you want to appoint somebody to do that with some help. Chris?
I can give a motion to run a seasonal fair manager for 6 months, from like May to like.
Yeah, Yeah, I think it was advertised, but I think there's about 3 of them there. There's 3 people that are applied for it, so.
Yeah.
4? So. Did you give me one of those? What'd you get?
I wonder, did Wayne give you the other one?
Go ahead, Emily. Give me a copy of that.
I just had a quick question before we make any decisions on this. I'm still getting questions from the community members as far as the report that was turned out for last year's youth fair. And I see that there's some people on here that were probably part of that, and so I want to know, like, is that going to come before we try to select and move forward as far as like how we reported on last year's events? And if there's going to be similar people involved in those, are we going to have issues with receipts and have issues with, you know, whatever the holdup is for not giving that report out? Because I know I've asked Nicole even at the last meeting, and she said she'd email it, and I still haven't gotten that report either.
Did you get a report?
That was probably like 6 months now.
It's just all the receipts that are done.
She has a report on her computer. She'll get it out to you.
I won't accept that because I've been told that like
Well,
months and months.
I don't know what that has to do with this right here, right
Because one
now.
of the people on there is on one of those
Oh,
receipts in
okay.
question.
Okay, all right.
And so I'd like some explanation on why the shirts don't match the receipts, or why there was 3 different shirt receipts even
Well,
involved.
it's a different
Are there
discussion.
receipts?
If you don't want to vote for them, you don't feel comfortable voting for them, then don't vote for them.
Just me, it's just a personal thing,
Yep.
it's not an issue.
Yep, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we have, applications for a fair manager. We have Wachipi committee members that applied, rodeo committee that applied, and have nothing for special events yet. So how do you wanna go forward with this? Do you wanna do the fair manager? Do you want their,
We have an ordinance. On the fair ordinance, it does have lay out the duties of the fair manager in there. I don't know. We want to pull that and take a look at it, because that needs to be amended too, if we're going to put in with the committees. Last year, there was a motion made to go ahead and allow committees to come in, but there's no real policy for the committees, such as per diem and meeting.
well, they had a fair board meeting the other day. Was there a discussion about the fair board manager and how we wanna approach this, or if we?
But that ordinance, we should probably pull it and take a look at their duties, and then, we'll eventually have to amend that ordinance to include committees again.
Okay. Kathy, go ahead.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to table this until we have everything in place before we
Okay.
move on it.
All right, well, let's move on then. Motion to table, second by
I'll second.
Second by Lisa. There's no questions, so all in favor of tabling?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? Motion carried. Just the fair manager or all of it?
All of it.
Okay, all right, we'll go back to it.
Are we gonna?
We'll bring it back on our next meeting, okay?
Are we
We'll
gonna
have
appoint
a-
somebody internally, temporarily, to kind of do this fair manager work?
I was gonna recommend that we have Brenda work on it again. She's willing to do it, so, I know we didn't get a report from last year, but, I think she actually did a really good job of doing it, so,
Who does the report?
I think she's supposed to have done it. We kinda just appointed her last year, and she kinda just did it, so we're lucky to have her do it. You
Need a
wanna?
motion, or is fair board gonna talk about that, or?
Do we just want to, can we have the authority just to appoint her as a fair board? Or do we have to bring it to you guys?
Yeah, I'm just worried about having somebody to start initiating the contracts, like the rodeo contract. Last year, we didn't have that gel in the water to hold down the dirt, so.
Well, let's
And then you didn't prepare
table
anything?
till next week, we'll have
Okay.
everybody here, okay? Go ahead.
I don't know, I haven't gone to any fair board meetings or anything, but I'm just wondering, does anybody know if this contract from the carnival is like what we're gonna go by, or is it negotiable, or?
Well, last year it was a 2-year contract.
I'm just wondering about the rides, because I feel like if it's possible, then we should give them more nights of free rides rather than just one night. A lot of kids and families can't afford all those tickets, and if we can do at least a couple of hours every night, if that's something that can be negotiated with Max Carnival.
I'm sure it can be, yeah, sure it can be, yeah. Let's move on to the women's health care. I wanted to give a little report on the women's health care in Rapid City. When Oyate Healthcare took over all the shares for Rosebud, Pine Ridge, and Cheyenne River, they didn't take over the women's health care. The contract was left with Pine Ridge, and they administered that contract. They haven't had any service for over a year and a half, and it's becoming an issue. I think I talked about it in one of my reports that all these women that are going in for their prenatals haven't been having their checkups and stuff, and it could become a problem of a liability as far as if something happened to their child and we didn't provide those services. They're spending probably about $3 million a year just on salaries, but they don't have no providers, so they don't provide the services. Cheyenne River went and drafted a resolution and approved it by their council to basically take the shares back from Pine Ridge contract and move those shares back over to Oyate Healthcare, so they can provide that service. And so I'm recommending that we do the same, and we'll follow up with the resolution, but I would like a motion to be able to do that, to be able to move our shares from Oglala Sioux Tribes contract for the Women's Health Clinic in Rapid City, and our shares be moved back over to be recommended to moved over to Oyate to start the process. I just wanted to, I see some of the health board members the board members that are sit on those mini Luzaha board down there aren't here, so Wayne Frederick knows a lot more about what I'm talking about, but I'm really recommending that we do that before it becomes a bigger problem. I know Oyate Healthcare has been picking up those PRCs for them as far as their going over to the Oyate Healthcare part of it and using their services. So I just wanted to bring it up. If you want to wait till a resolution is presented, we can do that too. But we have a meeting in Rapid City at Great Plains Chairman's Health Board meeting at Rapid City on Friday. So I know this is going to come up with that meeting. So Lisa?
I haven't attended those meetings as health board chair, but I know Wayne has, but I would like to wait until the resolution comes up, till we get all the information. Maybe there's some assistance Pine Ridge needs, or, we need to know, have it in front of us on why they haven't done it, but.
We've had meetings where we actually talked about why they're not providing services, and we gave them a 4-month period of time to be able to improve those services, be able to get those people hired, the service providers in place, and they haven't done it yet. So it's been almost a year and a half now since they haven't provided that service. So I think we've given them enough time. Some of them are worried about people losing jobs for the ones that are running it now. But again, we're running into the same problem, that service is just not being provided, and it just doesn't look good.
And another thing too is just our shares, just, turning them over like that. I think our new council reps need to be informed on what happens with those shares and if we turn them over to OHC right away, so.
Yeah.
Just
There's still a process to doing it, so I can do that. I got some talking points that they send me. I'll get a copy of Cheyenne River's resolution, and we'll do the same. I'll bring it to council. Emily and then Kathy.
I was wondering, I think this came up last time we talked about it, but were you able to find out, like, either, I don't know if it's a legal issue or ethical issue as far as why we're still spending over $3 million on a program that we're not providing any service for, and what the legal or ethical ramifications of doing that is, as far as, spending money knowing that you're not, you're just paying yourself for nothing, basically?
I think there's like, what do you call it, indirect cost that they get for administrating it, and it's spent all on basically salaries, so that's the only thing I can find, I can figure that's what's going on.
So they just go to work and they don't have work to do?
Yep.
Well, I definitely think that needs to stop. So I agree with Lisa, though, like if we could have maybe a little informational about the shares, what that would mean if we do or if we don't. And then if you could also provide maybe some language from the minutes of the health board meeting, so that we know that what we're doing is kind of what was recommended for the whole, all of the Great Plains Tribal Health Boards.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll have that by our next week's meeting. I'll have that all in place. Kathy, go ahead.
I agree with Lisa that we need to wait and have a resolution, but also with the information you're going to provide to us, is there a possibility you can have somebody from the Pine Ridge area, the ones that are not providing the service, be a guest of ours, so that if we have questions, they can answer them? Because we're going off of what you're telling us and what's going on. We're not directly involved with it, but it would be good to hear what's been the obstacle, why haven't they? Maybe there's more to the story that we're not all hearing, so I think it would be really good to invite somebody from there to come and talk to us as a body, so that we all know exactly what the barrier's been, what's the obstacle, why it hasn't been. It's easy to say, well, this, and this, but it's better if it comes from the horse's mouth and not secondhand or third hand.
Yeah. We've had those discussions at one of our health board meetings down there, and we had a special, and we asked that same question, Kathy, of some of the health board members down there, and they said, why aren't you providing a service? And they said we're going to lose 21 positions, and that was the answer they gave. It's not about losing positions, it's about providing that service to the people down there that need it, and it's not being provided. So if they're just getting a paycheck sitting around, that's not right either. So they didn't really have an answer for us, but I'll try to get somebody down here to answer the questions.
Yeah. If it needs to be in motion, then I'll make a motion to have whoever's in charge be invited here to speak to this body.
Okay, all right, we'll do that.
Because that area also has our own tribal members there, so we do have that right.
Right, okay. All right, we got women's health care, we're done. Lisa, go ahead.
Was that a motion? Yeah, I made it.
Motion?
Okay, I'll second.
Motion by Kathy, and second by Lisa. Any, Ben, question? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, we have resolutions next. I want to mention something before we move on. Go ahead, Lisa.
I just had a follow-up. That meeting is this Friday in Rapid.
Yes.
I'll go ahead and make a motion for travel in case any reps want to go up there.
Okay. It's on Friday morning, so it's at the box right across from Courtyard Marriott. So
Do you have a flyer or something?
motion by Lisa, second by Ben. I'll get you one. Okay. And question by Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, we got Assistant Attorney General. I know we hired Peoples and Kidder to do our Attorney General business. We have somebody that's interested in being Attorney General, but they wanted to figure out, the Assistant Attorney General, but they wanted to know what the salary was, and I couldn't tell them that, so I don't know if we can say it on air or what we can do, but I do have somebody that's interested in doing that, and they're interested in coming down. And it would save us a lot of money if we had somebody here in person to work with Peoples and Kidder to be able to do the on-site stuff. I think that the time that would be needed for them to work on and to come down here or I think it would be just more cost efficient to be able to hire our Assistant Attorney General. So just something to think about. maybe if you guys, it's Assistant Attorney General, so I don't know if I can just put a committee together, or if I can just hire them, or if you guys want to hire them, or if you guys want to do an interview, or anything like that. So I just want to throw that out there because I was called a couple of times the other day, someone that was really interested in coming down here, and the tribal members, so. Emily and then Michelle.
I just had a question as far as like in your conversations, I know it sounds like they're early, did they give you an idea of what their expectations are for salary? And I'm just asking because something like this, we really need to like have a certain caliber, you know, and that comes with a higher expectation of wage. And so before, like, if you're asking us to make a decision, I would just want to know, like, because I don't want to like get somebody upset or disrespect them by being too low without knowing like what a realistic range is for something like that.
I think we fail to do that sometimes when we put out these jobs, advertise these jobs. They want to know what kind of a range of pay scale that they're working with before they even apply, and we don't do that. So I think when we do advertise for these positions, we kind of come up with a salary so that we can give to them. So that's something that we need to get better at when we create these positions, so.
If I could just follow up, I'm just bringing it up because at some of the other boards I sit on, I've been getting a little bit of pressure about maybe having the tribe move forward with having more of a fair wage scale or something in place, because that gap is kind of getting wider where we're having new funding. So as we're bringing new people in, we're very aware of these things, but it seems like some of the ones that have been here a long time that don't maybe get as much attention as far as the wage fairness and things like that. So I just wanted to touch on that a
I
bit.
know we hired this law firm to do those Attorney General jobs, but it's going to be pretty expensive. And down the line, I don't think if we don't do something like this, we're probably not going to be able to afford them for too long. Michelle, do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I was just along the same lines. Do we think it would be like DOE, depending on experience?
Yeah.
And would they oversee the prosecutors and the Attorney General's office?
Yeah.
It just, I guess, looking at what their duties would be and things like that too.
So
it would cover all.
The ones they contracted, they're not gonna be able to do like the day-to-day administrative as much. It didn't sound like that.
Yeah. Is the person local? Would they be relocating?
Yeah, they'd be relocating. Tribal member. Emily?
Sorry, one more follow-up. Is this the job description that you'll share with us, or is it still just now being developed, or is that something that we kind of already agreed on and we're just filling?
The job's being advertised, so there should be a job description with it, but there's no salary on there.
Can we see the
attached.
job description? Sorry.
I can get one, and I'll give it to you guys. I'll have the Human Resources send it to you, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, that's all I have on Assistant Attorney General, and I'll contact him and tell him we're working on it, so.
And then also get an expectation?
Okay, all righty. Kathy?
I think we're at the end of everything that you were going to talk about today.
We got.
Oh, we have resolutions in the PDF.
Yep, let's do that now.
Okay, can I add to the end of that? I want to talk about the Elder Recognition Day when we're done.
Okay, all right, we'll do that, we'll end with that. Okay, we have a resolution here that needs to be passed out, Sergeant. And it's a proposal to hire another law firm, and I'll explain what it is after you get it. Yeah, they put it on there, pending. Up here. Gotta give us one too. So I can act like I know what I'm talking about. Okay. You're going. Okay, we have a resolution here that the treasurer had Eric prepare. It's a resolution approving the service of Hobbs and Strauss, Dean and Walker LLP. And I think we need to go off the air to be able to talk about this. It's kind of a sensitive topic, so if we can go off the air, Lisa, do you remember this one?
I think it just needs to be reconsidered and amended with the.
Are these just some of the resolutions? We'll get some more next week.
Yeah. Okay, Lisa, I think needs to be reconsidered and amended to add that on the bottom, paid for out of 300.011. I mean, it must be a,
Motion to reconsider amend 2024-144.
need a second? Chris, go ahead.
She did come to, Melissa came to our last budget finance meeting on April 12th. Let's see. No, that was JDC. Refer resolution to purchase a new fire alarm for $130,700 to be paid out of 300.011 JDC ARPA sole source. To include this funding.
Okay, is there any questions?
We're just including the amount.
Yep. Yep.
Or the funding source.
Funding source.
That's 300 point out of here.
JDC ARPA.
Which one is the amendment? On the bottom? Or just adding that in there for us?
Yeah.
Where does this go to?
Okay, let's call for the question. Wayne, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Motion carried. We got another one up here, it's 2024-115. Budget and Finance.
Which one is it under, or which program?
Attorney General, looks like they're purchasing some vehicles. Rosebud Tribe Attorney Victim Service Department.
Well, that's from the court.
Yeah.
Oh, no, prosecutor's office? Yeah.
Yeah.
Motion to approve 2024-115.
Need a second? Chris, go ahead.
I'll start at the 8th, whereas the Sioux Tribe Attorney General's Victim Services Department has adhered to the RST procurement policy by advertising 3 separate times in 3 local newspapers, Watauga County Tribune, Mullet County News, and Bennett County Booster, for the acquisition of 2 4x4 program vehicles for service delivery. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Attorney General's Victim Services Department has received only 1 bid from Billion Kia in Rapid City, South Dakota, for the purchase of 2 2024 Kia Sportage all-wheel drive at a cost of $33,135 each, for a total of $66,270. And therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council authorizes the sole source purchase of 2 2024 Kia Sportage all-wheel drive vehicles from Billion Kia in Rapid City, South Dakota, for a total cost of $66,270 be paid out to RST Victim Services Grant Award, number 2215 POBC-22-GG-0135-TVAB. And be it further resolved that the Tribal Council hereby authorizes the Tribal Chairman or official designee to sign all pertinent applications, contracts, and documents thereof.
Any questions? Need a question? Damon, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Wait, it was 13.
13-0. Okay. Kathy, go ahead.
Since these are coming out of ARPA, I have a request. I know we asked for it before and we didn't, I don't believe we got it. If we did, I didn't see it. But at one of our meetings, we did ask for a list of all the vehicles purchased through ARPA funds, their location, the current status of them.
I think Loretta probably.
No, it's nothing to do with that. I'm
Yeah,
just,
just
in general,
just
we had
reminded you,
asked
yeah.
for a list, an inventory of all vehicles that were purchased with ARPA funds.
I thought that was sent to you guys.
Loretta did it. Yeah, she said she mailed it to us.
Okay.
Loretta Martin.
And so it includes which departments have them, the current status, because it had come to reports that some were missing, some were wrecked, blah, blah, blah. So that report includes all that data? Okay.
Those came from Carrie's.
Okay, what's the next one here? We have
See if you can find it.
land and natural, emergency legislation.
Just in time.
Bring it on, emergency legislation.
It's gonna be 127. Motion for emergency? Numbers 127, need a second. Chris, question by Michelle.
Oh, wait, this is a different one. The national parks one. Yeah. Still want to
All in favor, emergency legislation?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed? Not voting? Motion to approve,
Move.
second by Fremont. Go ahead.
Start the fourth, whereas the Land and Natural Resource Committee has the authority and responsibility to review and recommend the tribal council approval of plans and projects initiated for the benefit of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. Whereas the United States National Park Service is accepting applications for the NPS FY HPF THPO 2024 with the award letter of $136,503 for continuation of services. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe THPO office is a current grantee under this federal program and seeking authorization from the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to apply for the preservation funding for the purpose of identification, evaluation, protection of historic properties by survey, planning, technical assistance, community outreach and development, education, being collaboration with the Buccal Museum for future generations, cultural places, and carrying out the historic preservation activities. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council shall approve and adopt this resolution and authorizes SRD to work with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe THPO to submit the application with the NPS. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorize the tribal president or his designated official to sign and execute all applications and documents thereof.
Discussion. Any questions? Questions? Lisa, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed? Not voting? Motion carried. Okay, we have. Go ahead, Emily.
Oh, I just wanted to check, at the same meeting, we were asked by the director of TIPO to also look into the, MOU between the Buccal Museum and the TIPO office to be able to use space. I know that passed committee a couple months ago, but they're still waiting for council to approve it, or I don't know if it's your office that approves it, but I just wanted to check on that too, because I think that goes hand in hand with some of the stuff they're trying to do there.
Okay, I think there was there MOU that was?
Yes, there should have been an MOU
recommended-
attached to it, yeah.
Recommended onto council?
To council,
Council
yep.
for approval, okay.
And that was, I think, in March's.
Did you see anything like that back there?
I don't remember when I pulled that, but Kim usually does my resolutions.
Okay, I just told her I'd check on it
Well,
too.
look for it. I was asked the same thing too, so I was wondering about it.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, we have,
Sorry, that's okay.
what's this one? Judiciary, two judiciary resolutions, and we have a land sale resolution from TLE. Which one you want?
There's one more from Land and Natural on purchasing some property.
I don't
From the
have
Lati.
another one over, up here for Land and Natural.
Or is this the one Linda ended up bringing back?
Yeah, that's probably it. It was a land sale?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll get this one out. It's Land and Natural, yeah.
What's the number? 27.
Yes,
Can I just check, I heard you say TLE, do you have all 4 of the resolutions, or is it just one?
it's just one that they brought over. It's for a land sale.
Okay, we still have old ones that have been there for months, so
Yeah.
I don't know when those can come up also. Thank you.
Move to approve this emergency.
Thank you.
Oh, no, it's not emergency. It's already passed.
No, what it is, emergency.
Yeah, I don't have a number on it.
No.
It's in 128. Motion by Wayne, second by Fremont, question by Damien. All in favor, emergency legislation?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting. Motion to approve, and a second. Chris. With, Wayne.
I'll start with the fifth whereas. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe requests to relinquish tribal executive assignments 289D back to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and TLE in consideration of assignments 289D back to, well, that should be separate. Anyway, the Dakota Valuation LLC appraised this land for $53,000 to be issued in the form of Class A certificates of interest in tribal land enterprise. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Committee has reviewed the request made by 345U014961 to relinquish tribal executive assignment 289D back to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and recommends approval by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. Therefore, it be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves and accepts the request for relinquishment of tribal executive assignment 289D back to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe in consideration of current market value appraised at $53,000 to be issued to 345U014961 in the form of Class A certificates of interest in the tribal land enterprise. Be it further resolved that the President and Secretary of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe hereby authorize to exercise their authority to complete the relinquishment of tribal executive assignment 289D back to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Any discussion? Any questions? Yes. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed? Not voting? Motion carried. Okay, we have, 2 judiciary resolutions here. So who's on the Judiciary Committee that wants to present? Michelle? Ben? You're the chair, right? It's emergency, so it's 129. So
Motion for emergency legislation.
need a second? Damon? Question by Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed? Not voting? Motion to approve. Need a second? Damon, go ahead.
Start at the 6th, whereas, Whereas RST procurement policies and procedures require a bidding process and approval by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council for the acquisition of goods and services in the amount of $25,000 and over. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court has a federal grant that ends on 12/31/24 for an elder protection project that includes funding to pay an attorney to revise and strengthen the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Elders Code. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court has solicited interest from 4 attorneys who have worked with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe: Janet Roudson, Ronald Hutchinson, Kelsey Ruby, Vicki Leftan, asking if they would be interested in doing the work to update the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Elders Code, and none of those lawyers except Kelsey Ruby are able to do the work at this time. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court has negotiated the attached proposed contract authorizing Kelsey Ruby to revise and strengthen the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's Elder Code at a cost of $72,000 to be paid from the Court's Elder Protection Grant. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court requests the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to accept and approve the attached contract and approve payment of the services contained therein on a sole source basis to revise the existing Elder Code sections of the Rosebud Sioux Law and Order Code to bring said code up to date, provide more thorough guidance to those using the code, and better protections for the elder populations. And therefore it be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the sole source selection of Kelsey Ruby as the attorney to revise and strengthen the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's Elder Code and approve the attached contract for $72,000 to complete that work by December 31st, 2024. And be it further resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized designee is authorized and directed to sign all pertinent applications, contracts, and documents thereof.
Lisa?
This type of task, is this something that we could give our new firm that we hired for attorney generals to do?
Should be able to do that.
Maybe, I'll move the table and then we can ask.
Where's the funding source coming from? Is it just?
Elder grant.
Elder grant? Okay. Kathy, or
I agree with Lisa. Is that a motion?
Yeah, I didn't mention the table, I told you.
motion,
to ask.
okay, second by Kathy?
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor, tabling?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed? Not voting?
And the elder grant, I know was to provide some services for, court proceedings up there, so maybe there's funding in there for that to help with, help them file the necessary paperwork and stuff that should be utilized for that, but we can look into it.
So put in there, another whereas, you do not copy and paste?
I just wanted to say that, I agreed with her tabling motion because why are we asking and not advertising for one
Right.
thing? And we just approved this other attorney firm. If we've already got people in place that could do it, is it really gonna cost $72,000 to write something like an elder code? I think that's way beyond the amount that is necessary, so that's why I agreed with the tabling motion.
Emily?
Sorry, I just have a brief thing. Is it possible to get a copy of the grant or whatever gave this funding, just so I have a better understanding of what the plan is? It makes sense to have a legal background to do a code, but something as important as, like our elder, I would hope that there's something in the plan that involves our elders or that involves, our people's input, so. Yes, yep.
Like even our treaty council.
Thank you.
Someone from our treaty council, an elder.
Okay, and there's another one. It's your turn, Ben.
All right, Ben.
1:30. Motion for emergency.
Right away, turned it into a meme.
Not the games, or game. All right, so after the third, whereas the U.S. Department.
Yeah, motion for
Oh, I'm
emergency.
sorry. Whoa, okay. All right. I'm just making sure this is what it was about here. Yeah, bring on as emergency resolution.
Okay, numbers 130. Need a second? Chris, question by Damon. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Opposed? Not voting?
Motion approved.
Motion to approve. Need a second?
Second.
Lisa, go ahead.
Okay, the third, whereas the U.S. Department of Justice, DOJ, Office of Justice Programs, Office of Sex Offenders, Sentencing, Monitoring, Apprehending, Registers, and Track Offender tracking SMART as accepting applications for funding under the SMART Office fiscal year 2024, supported for the Adam Walsh Implementation Grant Program in the amount of up to $600,000 of 36 months. Applications are due to grants governed by March 16, 2024, and justice grants by May 30, 2024, and does not require a match fund. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Law Enforcement Services will administer the grant, and whereas this grant will enhance the tribe's assurance for the continued sex offender registration efforts within the guidelines of the Sex Offender Registration and Notification Act, SORNA, of the Adam Walsh Implement Grant Program. And whereas this act is designed to protect children and adults from sexual exploitation and violent crimes, preventing child abuse and child pornography, promotes internet safety, and honor the memory of Adam Walsh and other crime victims now. Therefore, be resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council fully supports the DOJ SMART application to support the enhancement of the continued registration of notifications of the sex offender, and be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or the designated official to sign and execute all applications on all documents.
Okay, is there any discussion? Emily?
Question, sorry, I'm not sure how the grants work, but is it okay that we have lapsed one of the deadlines?
This is one for me.
May 16th. I didn't know, like, if they had to be applied to both of them, or if we're just doing the just one that hasn't closed yet, but one of the deadlines is passed.
This was presented at, on 5/3/24, somebody looked at it and moved it on.
Yeah,
So has it been submitted already? You see where it says applications are due,
That's probably
grants
what
by May
we need to
16th?
find out, if it's too late to apply for it, or,
If it went through committee,
Yeah.
they should have been able to apply for it.
yeah.
Because on 5/3, it says it went through.
So they might have pending the approval. Well, let's approve it, just in case, okay?
I wasn't there at that one.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that we didn't miss it. Thank you.
Yeah. We need a question.
I'll question.
Emily, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed? Not voting? Motion carried. Okay, I don't have any more. Alisa?
Usually, like a lot of our programs that do apply for grants make it in by the deadline date, and then they bring it to committee, and then the supporting resolution probably don't get here in time, but then they'll upload it, forward it on once council passes it.
Okay, we have, all the resolutions done. We have, police department on the, next on the agenda. Ben?
Yeah, that was me, Mr. Chairman.
I guess, going back to, I think when I talked to the casino earlier, I think there were some concerns that I had with the police department. I know we didn't have judiciary this past week because of the death, but I don't know what's all going on up there, but there were some concerns that the community had and came to my attention about law enforcement not doing their job, I guess you can say. So I just brought it up because I wanted to make sure that we have an understanding of what we are trying to do with our tribal members to make them safe and stuff. But the other thing too is I know I made a motion in the past to get I believe I made the motion to have the BIA get a chief of police, I think, a lieutenant. Have we gotten that point, or have we gotten that far? Because I don't know what's going on up there, but I just heard stuff in the public, but then I'm just saying that that's where I need to find out what's going on. I'm the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, but I don't know what's all happening up in that area. But there were some concerns, and one of my, I guess, personal experiences the past week here due to graduation and stuff, there was some situations that happened with law enforcment there was some crimes that were violated, and again, the law enforcement just let them go. I mean, they gave them a warning, and it had to do with underage consumption and also driving while intoxicated. So these are concerns that I have that I was kind of curious about to find out what was going on with this and stuff. So again, trying to get a hold of the police department up there and find out who's in charge of the patrol division, or who's in charge up there. I don't know. So that's one of my concerns that I have, I guess, with the police department. So I guess if we need to bring them down here to find out what's going on, I don't know. I mean, who's in charge of the patrol division? I don't know. I mean, who's the captain? Yeah, I mean, who's the captain?
We got a couple hands that are being raised, so they want to answer your questions.
Yeah, okay, so, but, yeah, I don't know. But that, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out who would be, I mean, I don't know. I said I sit on the Judiciary Committee, but I don't know. And then the other thing too is there's nothing out there saying who's in charge of the patrol division or who's in charge of the administration part of it, so I'm getting some conflicting issues up there. So I've been calling people, nobody's answering back also.
If we're gonna get into talking about certain issues out there, I don't think we should be on air.
Yeah, well, and that's what I'm saying too, I don't feel that's comfortable either, because I mean, it has to come out with this, I don't know what, stuff needs to be straightened out up there, so I need to make sure.
Remember now, we're legislators, we only can question the processes of what's going on up there in the courthouse or even in law enforcement, so let's be careful what we talk about.
Well, that's what I'm saying, if we want to go off the air, then yeah, I would
Yeah.
like to go off the air so we can actually get that taken care of, because I need to figure out what's going on here, because this has to do with the safety of our people and also our kids and stuff, because I mean, this was something that really kind of surprised me and shocked me. And again, try to call people, I guess, nobody answers, so I don't know. I mean, what am I supposed to do? And then to come to me for these types of answers as a council representative and, the judiciary committee, so I'm kind of stumped on this deal too, so what's going on here? So to me, I need to figure out, and I do believe last time we did to make a motion, I think, for the BIA to get our chief of police and also a lieutenant coming down here, so I don't know where that's at, but we need to find something out, so, but that's where I'm at, Mr. Chairman, so if you have any other,
I caution the council, you guys should be talking about these issues in judiciary. If you don't have them, you should be rescheduling and then bringing recommendations to the council, so we don't have to go on, sit here and think about what you're going to say before you say it, and we need you to be more prepared on what you're going to present. Okay? Kathy?
I just, while Mr. Hart's here, I did make a motion, part of what you're concerned about. I did make a motion, and I did follow up with him, because I passed a motion almost 2 months ago to have the review done on our court system and our law enforcement services, because it hasn't been done in 6 years. I seen in an email that the one for the courts was scheduled, but the one for law enforcement services was pushed back to July. Is that still scheduled? What's going on with that? Because of everything that was going on is why I asked for it to be done.
I've been trying to get these going, and they did do the one in April, the natural resources, and then they're supposed to have done the courts in June. Is that correct? Or May?
It's going to be the last week of June.
June, and then July, and the law enforcement, they have, according to their contract, they have to have so much notice to be able to do it, so that's why they pushed it up to July, so.
Part of the reason that I asked for that, part of it is what our governor was saying about our reservation, that it was really important that it would be twofold. It would defend what was being said about our reservation. It would also help us, because one of our issues is the lack of funding, is what we're always told. And so if we have a review not being done so far back, but as quickly as it could be done, that would be beneficial for our tribe. And I think within the Constitution, we cannot ask about specific crimes, but if you read the ordinance for the Judiciary Committee, it does state that we are responsible for policies, daily business, things that are going on, addressing laws.
Not daily business, there's processes.
Yep, that's what I'm
Protocols,
saying, that he can ask about it, because in the ordinance, it does state that. It specifically says that we can't ask about crimes, but we can ask the questions he's asking.
Okay. Emily, go ahead.
Thank you. I just had a quick question, maybe while Mr. Hart is here, but at one of our last SWA meetings that I attended, the police department was there giving a presentation, and in there they stated that they were given notice that I think he said 5, and I'm not sure, that's why I'm asking since you're here, 5 officers were going to be detailed to the Rosebud. I was assuming that it was from the request that we made for, some kind of assistance, TA or something like that, but I guess I wasn't, that's all the information that was given at that time, and so I'm wondering if you could provide any clarification in that. Is that happening? How soon is that going to happen? Is it specifically for drug task force, and can it be for all of that? I guess I would just update on those 5 detailed officers.
I had a call from Mr. Denoyer, and he said that he was going to come over because he needed a letter from the BIA, and he was going to give me some names, but he hasn't come over yet. But again, OJS is not in the same line of authority as the regional director, so these requests have to go through Office of Justice Services.
Okay, so you wouldn't have any insight into that?
So,
President Herman, do you have any insight into that?
I don't have any insight on that. I know they were talking about drug task force again and creating that. I'm not sure if that's happening. I know they have some appointed to that. But again, I don't feel comfortable about talking into depth about it if we're on the air, so.
Well, yeah, but I also think that it's important that we update our people.
Yeah,
If we're
yeah.
going to be helping them and having more faces in
So
the
so
community, I think
they
it's-
do have a
it's
task
helpful.
force that
Then I-
are working out there, so.
I guess I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm not gonna answer.
Wayne, go ahead. And then Chris.
I don't think that, well, the people could be reassured that the process is still in process.
Yeah.
That there's a request for assistance, technical assistance for the PD. Courts is going to be underway. But the other thing is that Chief Administrator, we should be able to tell them that on the air.
Yeah.
That's still Steve Denoyer.
Yeah.
And the current acting captain is Frank Ironer, correct?
Right.
So, I just thought I'd put that out there so people at least know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Lisa?
I know, well, the Office of Justice Support is under the Department of Interior. And then a lot of our requests that we make up there for certain programs, such as Emily was asking about. A couple years ago, we made one for the drug court that was funded. They do have funding available for those type of programs. And then the most recent one was to our prosecutor's office with the contacts we made up there. So those type of courts our programs that we are requesting, we can ask them and they can let us know what's available for funding our type of assistance for it. So I know our drug court was funded for 2 years, I think, or a year, and then after that, I think SAMHSA, so we were able to apply to SAMHSA and pick that up for further funding.
Ben, is there any more? Do you have any more? Kathy?
Just this one I wanted to talk about,
Okay.
but I'll wait till Chris
Are we
is
done? Ben? Chris, go ahead.
I gotta ask a question, but we do need to go out there for it though, because I gotta ask for clarification, because,
Okay.
yeah.
Can I do this first one?
Can she scoot ahead of you and go back to it, Chris, or do you want to,
So we don't go off.
before you lose your train of thought?
It didn't take long. It was brought to my attention that when I was brought the resolution that was done back in 1968 for the Elder Recognition Day. And what I was told is that they had it, and it was not very well prepared, that no elders, that there was very limited elders. It was basically just the volunteers that were there to provide this. So what I would like to ask is, since it was such a failure and a lot of the elders didn't actually get to participate in it, this says the Rosebud Sioux Tribe recognizes elder tribal members and declares the last Saturday of May, Tribal Elder Day, as an annual legal tribal holiday during which time senior citizens will be recognized and honored. And since that didn't happen, I would like to request that maybe we do a second that's well advertised, it's on a better day and not raining, and that it's better prepared, because we need to honor and recognize them. And so since this was such a failure and our elder participation wasn't there, is it possible for us to just do another one that's better advertised and better organized, so that our elders are there and they feel recognized, they feel that honor for being in our lives for so long?
Are we talking about just Elder Day, or are we talking about elder games and stuff like that, or?
Yeah.
Is that what we're talking about?
Yep, because what I'm told is that it was it was a failure, and it didn't happen the way it usually does every year. I don't know, I think there might have been something else going on.
I'm not sure how that's run, Kathy. I know they appoint some people to be able to coordinate those activities, and one was Chris Horvath, and then Wayne Bearshield was one of them, coordinators too, but he was pretty sick, so I don't know how this one is going to be coordinated. I don't know I always thought they were successful. I don't know where you got your information, but.
Well, I was brought this and I was told that it wasn't, not this year, that it was mostly young people.
Okay, well, they had it last weekend, so you want to have another one? We can do
If we
that.
can.
We can do that. Make motion.
Do I need to make a motion? Okay, I'd like to make a motion to schedule another Elder Recognition Day in lieu of the date that it's set by this resolution.
Okay, can we give that task to the Elderly Affairs Office
Yes.
to set that up?
Yes.
Okay. Need a second? What's that? I don't know.
They can bring it to budget, finance with the budget.
We'll have them coordinate that and bring a budget to budget finance? That's part of your motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait.
Second?
I have this stuff. We're just gonna ask Kathy if she can amend her motion to include those elders that we have lost.
Yeah.
For COVID and to maybe have a remembrance for them on that same day.
Yes.
Okay, if you wanna amend your motion.
Yes. I'm amending the motion to what Lisa said.
All right, we need a second so we can discuss it. Go ahead.
Oh, then we can discuss it.
Yeah. Second by Ben. Go ahead, Dwayne.
So we got an email saying that there's Elder Day on the 25th.
That's
What
the
is that?
official date that
That's
we got
official
the
date.
day off, and that's why they're kind of upset that, why are we not doing anything on the day that we're getting off? And then if we're not gonna do anything, we should be open, so at least the services that are provided to the elders are available on their day, if we're not gonna have the elder event on that day.
Yeah, there was a lot of confusion on it, I think.
Yeah, I didn't even know about it.
I think that resolution is happening, right? For that day.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor.
Procedures to include it in the personnel.
Any more discussion? Motion to have another Elder Day, and have the Elderly Affairs coordinate that and bring a budget to the budget finance.
And to include the ones that we've lost to COVID, and, what did you say? COVID and memory.
Yeah, and then those that we, elders that we've lost during COVID.
Okay.
I know we lost a lot of Lakota speaker elders, just since the pandemic that were recognized.
Okay, can we get a question? Wayne, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
And
Opposed?
Sir.
if we can,
Sir.
if we can include an age group,
I think elder.
include an age group, what
60
is
and up, isn't it?
recognized as
60
elder?
and up.
60 and up was the last resolution.
Okay.
Throw that softball throw, I said. Get in
That's what
there.
they said, there was a whole bunch of young.
Chris, you got?
Yeah, I had to do
Sorry,
it.
Chris.
We go off the air though?
Yeah.
Okay, Samantha, we need to go off.